Hello and welcome everybody to the second play day of the European Pro League here for Rainbow Six. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum, and this guy's name is Kickstar. Kicks, how you doing?
As always, I am excited to get into today's today's matches. They are looking to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, and this is the last day of teams that we haven't seen yet. This is gonna be Europe.
For all together.
Yeah, for all together.
This is the I think the sixth total play day we've had so far for the Pro League.
Yep.
North America, Europe, and Latin America combined. And yeah, I just want to see what's left in store for us, because so far throughout the Pro League we've had a lot of surprises.
Yeah, and I mean every single week and every single day, I'm sure you're getting asked the same questions on what do you think the outcome's going to be? Who's going to make it to land? And it's like, we haven't seen everyone yet.
Yeah.
And after today, we might be able to make a little bit of a better suggestion.
There's still a lot out in the open and a lot up in the air, but we'll find out.
Yes. So let's take a look at last week's brackets. It's going to be Group A from Europe. This is what happened 1 week ago today, starting off with Pentasports and Supremacy.
Yeah, Pentasports going 2-1 versus Supremacy. Supremacy putting up one heck of a fight. I think not everyone was expecting them to go as hard as they did, and they certainly showed up going up against Penta, the previous season's victors. Team Vitality, however, they did lose to Playing Ducks 2-0, and that was a little bit more of a one-sided match, but at the same time, Team Vitality, equally so, did put up one heck of a fight.
Yeah, and with Supremacy and Pentasports, that was the only series, I think, out of all the matches we've seen so far that actually went to its third map.
Yeah, not only that, but I think it was definitely the closest one. Of course, yes. It was the only one of the few, if not the only, that went to the third map. But also, like, just each and every one of those maps was extremely on edge. So I think that maybe the second one, maybe an Oregon, yes, Penta managed to sweep, but altogether, it was a very, very good matchup.
Yep, and so the winner's bracket for Group A is going to be Pentasports and Playing Ducks. That'll be fighting off next week or 2 weeks from now. We'll have to stay tuned and figure out. The loser's match from Group A is going to be Supremacy and Team Vitality. But, again, as we said, that was last week. Let's move into this week and see the last four teams from Group B that we're going to be seeing here from the European Pro League, starting off with GiFu and unKnights.
Yeah, GiFu is that team that has been in each and every one of the Pro Leagues throughout the entire PC Pro League, and they've not yet been able to score a victory. They came into the last season last season's finals looking extremely strong, and unfortunately got knocked out in the first bracket. unKnights, on the other hand, a Challenger League team coming out of the Challenger League from the previous season, coming in here now as the first seed out of Challenger League, I believe, coming into Pro League. Going up against such a titan, they have a lot to prove, but at the same time, GiFu equally so. I mean, they need to show us that they are going to be showing up as strong as they did in the previous season and not going to be demoralized after that first bracket loss of the finals last season.
Yeah, I think looking at that, this is a match for GiFu to set the bar yet again and say, we're here, we're not just another team that's going to be in the Pro League making it to land and then ultimately falling off, but they need to set the bar high today, and I think they will. I think they'll come through. Taking a look at the second match, though, is going to be Millenium and gBots. Now, this is a good matchup because we've actually seen these teams fight multiple times, I want to say, last season, during Season 1. Yeah,
they've had some good bouts, but there's a lot to be looked at when it comes to Millenium versus gBots. I mean, gBots is that team that, again, is very similar to GiFu. They've been kind of in the Pro League since the very beginning, but they've been a little bit towards the back. But at the same time, Millenium's that team that they won the second season, and since then they haven't really shown us anything spectacular.
Yeah.
On top of that, Millenium, I believe, now does not have the kind of the brains of the operation, the ex-head in sixth quarter. That man has left the building. He's no longer on the team. So.
Yep. And we'll get an update on that too.
Yeah.
We've got an interview lined up for later on in the stream. But as you mentioned, they no longer have 6. They've brought on another member.
It's a really big question then, where Millenium will stand not having that player on that squad. Because sixth quarter, again, he was the player who managed to lead Youngtis, which is what Millenium was previously known as, to victory against my team in the finals of the Year 1 Season 2. So it's a difficult question to answer. And obviously we'll find out today when they go up against a team like gBots, which, and the contrast, has had a much more consistent roster.
Yeah, and so we will have to stay tuned and figure out just how it's all going to unfold later on tonight. But let's take a look at the schedule for today. As we did say, we've got GiFu and unKnights and gBots and Millenium. Let's take a look at the order in which we're going to be seeing those two matches in. Now, if I remember correctly, we are going to see Millenium and gBots first. That was the first one up on the website. Taking a look here, that is going to be the first game here, starting at 7 o'clock, which is right on the dot at the moment. And then followed up later on by Sisu and unKnights. Now, if everything goes according to plan and we see all 3 maps in each of these series go to that best of 3, that second matchup between Sisu and unKnights will typically start around 9:30 Central European time.
Right, and again, both of these matchups are going to be great. You know, gBots versus Millenium, the consistent versus the slightly different. Sisu versus unKnights, the unproven versus the ones who ultimately could not deliver what we were expecting from them last season.
So I mean, with this matchup here between Millenium and gBots, looking at this first matchup, this, like I said, is one that we've seen before. You've talked about how Millenium plays in a different style. gBots tends to play aggressively and sporadically from time to time.
So gBots is interesting in the way that they play because they have a lot of tact to them. They're very, strategic. But at the same time, they also are known for just kind of going, hey, we're going to rush this, we're going to do this. And they also are good at making those spontaneous calls and plays, which is something we don't see from a lot of teams. I think you could compare it to Penta, maybe a little bit more strategic, a little bit more reserved. They do obviously have much more of a playbook, I'm sure. But on the other end of the field, and I know this is where I think we'll probably have to ask them this, but what we've seen from Millenium in the past is that they've had a tremendous playbook, just a huge one with tons of different strategies and lots of different ways to go about defending or attacking each and every bomb site on each and every map. And that's what's led them to victory in the past. However, again, not having 6-quarter on the team, is that going to affect that? Is that how they're trying to keep their team organized now, or are they going for a totally different route?
Yeah, I mean, talking with our interview a little bit earlier today when we were prepping, he had mentioned that there are 2 different members on their team, and they've changed up their IGL. There's a lot of changes going on with Millenium, and we'll hopefully get to the bottom of that here soon. But it's one of those things that we've seen time and time again with many different rosters against many different regions. With North America, with some of the teams in the Latin American scene, some of the teams here in the European scene, we've constantly seen these roster changes, some for the better, some which we thought were for the better, but turned out to be not as we'll say, beneficial.
The amount of players on teams in the entire Pro League throughout Latin America, North America, and Europe that have retained their same team since the very first season are less than the ones who haven't. I mean, there's been so much rotation overall throughout the Pro League. So looking at a team and saying, oh, they might be, less consistent or different in this way because they've changed their players is, that's absolutely true. That's probably what's going to happen. But that is what we have come to expect from the majority of teams.
Yeah, and so with that, we talked about Millenium. With gBots, I remember thinking last year was the first year that they stood out to me. The first year they stood out to me and thinking, okay, I am actually going to remember some of these matches. I remember Drid on Chalet getting his ace.
Well, yeah. So the thing to note about gBots, again, there was that ace. But overall, as a team, like you said, previous seasons they've kind of not really shown us anything spectacular. They've come in third, right behind Sisu, not been able to make it to the finals. And then this last season, they made it to the finals, and everyone was kind of expecting, oh, good job, gBots, you made it to the finals, and it's fine now. But they made it to the semis. They pushed their way through, and they showed everyone that they really do have a very good team. And I think that going into the future, that they just need to keep that up. They need to keep that momentum moving forward, and then we might even see a victory for a season coming out from gBots, which would be really great.
We very well might. However, we are going to take an interview with Liven from Millenium. Let's move on over to him. Liven, how are you today?
I'm fine, and you?
Doing very well, thank you. So we were talking about your team earlier, and you had mentioned that there have been some roster changes. Do you want to elaborate on those changes? Do you want to tell us about those changes?
Yes, we change C-Scratch. We take Hansen from Invicta,
Okay.
who lost against us in a relegation match for the Pro League. We take him because I really think we need a change, and we take him because he's a good player. He's a very consistent player, and he plays smokes, so I can give him smokes and gonna switch a lot. And I think the team needs a player who switch a lot, because Siskrat playing really good Rook and Echo on defense, but he don't know how to switch on Bandit or Jaeger. And I think with this meta, we need a lot to adapt, and Hansen can give us the faculty to adapt a lot in defense,
Okay.
and it's good.
And so, did you have another roster change as well, or was 6 the only roster change?
It was the only the only people in the roster we chose to change.
Okay.
But we had some change in game with role, with in-game leader. We try with Tease at in-game leader. We try with me. We try to adapt a lot. We spoke a lot about our last season. We saw many mistakes, and we work a lot to fix this mistake, to have a better team play, a better faculty to adapt. And I think we today we have something to prove, and we need to play your best, not like the last season.
Awesome.
Because last season we don't play your best, we know that, and today we want to prove something.
Perfect. Well, thank you for joining us. Is there anything you would like to say before we close out on the interview today?
Yes, I want to thank Millenium and my teammates, and of course all the French community will support us today and send us many messages on Twitter, on Facebook, on stream. I want to say thanks for this amazing community.
Awesome.
And thank you, man.
Awesome. Thank you, and good luck to your team today.
Thank you.
So there we have it. Liven said that their only roster change was 6. However, they also changed up some IGL, and I think Liven elaborated a little bit on him being the new IGL for his team.
Yeah, and we have to wonder what kind of change that's going to really make to the team's chemistry. Now, hopefully, usually when a team decides, all right, well, we're going to go ahead and make this guy, put this guy in charge instead, it's for the better. So it's likely we're going to see some sort of different play coming out from Millenium overall. Could be an entirely different team, but here's their roster: Renshiro, Liven, Yogurt, Steezy, and Hansen. Of course, this is the first time that this particular team has not had 6 quarter on it, which is just, a sight to see.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the lineup here, all these names are familiar. They said they brought on Hansen from Invictus, which is the team that they defeated in the relegation matches to stay in the Pro League. For those of you just joining us as well, and this might be your first play day joining us, the stats you're seeing on the page at the moment with 0 all across the board, that is because the stats that we show you each and every day are going to be the seasonal stats for the teams and for the players. This is the first time Millenium has played in Season 2, and therefore these are going to be the stats we have currently because we don't have any at the moment. But finishing talking about Millenium here, their lineup stayed more consistent than I'd say 70% of the entire Pro League scene. So I mean, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
No, they have had a somewhat consistent roster. I mean, one roster change isn't an offense by itself. There's been a lot of teams that have been like, all right, we're gonna move these 2 guys over here and these guys over here.
Of these 3.
Yeah, and then they're all gonna play new operators. Woohoo! We just go all out with it.
One of the things I did like though was the fact that with Liven had mentioned bringing on Hansen, he's now a more versatile operator or a versatile player that can play multiple different styles of an operator.
So the dilemma with playing multiple different operators is, of course, you're not going to be refining down to the razor's edge the proficiency of one specific operator on each and every attack or defense. However, it also widens your mind a little bit. Gets you, keeps you open to the knowledge of what's going on around you. But I think that having 1 player, at least maybe even 2 players on a team that can pick and choose which role they want to play just on whatever their team needs at the time is extremely important. Having that one particular player is worth it.
Yep. So we are going to move on to the lineup and the roster for gBots. gBots is going to be their opponent, Millenium's opponent for today. And who are we going to have on here?
Drid, Braz, Lion, Resker, and Choi. A very familiar lineup coming out from gBots.
Not a single roster change.
Now, as far as I can tell here, gBots have stayed consistent throughout what they have been bringing to the finals of the last season, and I think that it'll shine through today. I think that gBots is going to have a very, they're going to be ready for this matchup against Millenium.
So again, the stats are 0, seasonal stats. We'll be getting those next week is when we'll start showing them up. But I mean, with gBots being this consistent roster, I think it's going to give them an upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, it probably will, but we'll see. We'll find out. There's also a bit of a national pride thing going on here, where we have gBots as an exclusively Spanish team and Millenium an exclusively French team going into this particular matchup.
So with that, ladies and gents, we are going to get underway with our map bans in a little bit, very shortly. With these two teams, if I remember correctly, we've seen them on Oregon together. We've seen them on, I think it was Cafe. I feel as though we might be seeing a rematch on very similar maps because they've chosen them before. I'm sure they're very comfortable on them. We'll have to see, I guess.
I mean, yeah, it's probably gonna be either Cafe, Border, Chalet, Consulate. You know, what we've expected to see time and time again, what we're probably going to be brought to. I would like to see something like Bank, maybe one of the DLC maps apart from Border. We don't even necessarily count Border as DLC map anymore. I mean, it kind of falls outside
it's in the
of
rotation.
It's one of the main maps. So, but you know, Skyscraper, Coastline, of course, that's what we all want to see. And I'm sure I doubt we're going to see it with these two teams though. I mean, these two teams are both been playing since Season 1. They've both been very consistent in their preferences, and I don't think we're going to be going all the way out there. I'm going to reach out to the unknown.
One of the things you mentioned earlier was how we'll get underway with map bans here. One of the things you mentioned earlier was how possibly changing an in-game leader could drastically affect the mindset or the way the team works. And I'm thinking, when you said that, I was thinking back to with Vertical Gaming from the North American scene, you had King George go onto the team and become the IGL.
Team pace slowed way down.
Slowed down. Strats became a lot more consistent, a lot more methodical. That's sort of what I'm thinking might have happened here for Millenium.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. Well, okay, I don't know if that's going to be the case.
A change such as, maybe not that drastic, but a change of that.
A change, absolutely. I don't know if it's going to be slower. It's probably going to be faster, if anything. 6 Quarter was very strategic as a IGL, if I recall correctly, having had the opportunity to actually play against him in the finals, and then, you know, seeing him play moving forward. But we are seeing the bans come out now here. Skyscraper going to be banned out by Millenium, Bank by gBots, Coastline by Millenium.
Instantly, the last 3 of the...
Remember those 3 maps that I talked about? Maybe he'd be cool if we saw today?
Not happening.
They're gone. Clubhouse going to be banned out by gBots, and that makes a whole lot of sense. Millenium has had a good history on that particular map. Cafe being banned out. Now, that's a really good thing to see, I think. Overall, Chalet as well. That's going to leave us with Border, Consulate, and Oregon. 3 of the more commonly played maps in this particular season thus far.
Each and every one of these always have a very valid and we'll call it possible roam game that we've always seen. Always one of the deciding factors of a round.
Oregon, of course, is going to be the most restrictive of all the roam games, but it still is very present. I mean, when you're defending upstairs, you need to have some of your roamers go downstairs, preferably with a C4, so they can influence an armory take, or they can go for the tower to influence a B window take, what have you. Roaming game is important on each and every one of these maps. We'll see which of these teams decide to go where. If we're going to have Chalet, or sorry, not Chalet. If we're going to have Border picked out first, I think is probably what's going to happen here for Millenium.
I'm feeling like Millenium's either going to go with a Border or Consulate. We've constantly been seeing Oregon as the decider match.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be Border first. I'm almost certain. I mean, people.
There it is.
Yeah. Okay. So when we're talking about map preference, most teams like Border above the majority of other maps right now. That's just where the meta has found itself. There's such a versatile map with so many different options, and you know it's constantly evolving. So a team will think to themselves, okay, we found this cool new thing, and we're gonna bring it into this Pro League match. Maybe the other guys don't know about it, and that's one of the things, one of the liberties about maps that aren't played nearly as much, such as Border. Well,
Oregon's coming out for the second pick here.
Yeah.
Opposite of what I was expecting. I was thinking the Consulate pick would be better for gBots. gBots being able to be the team that's more, we'll call it chaotic from time to time. I feel as though they've adjusted themselves to be that. I find their playstyle similar to the Latin American scene, where they do have that pocket aggression. I've seen that from them, where they go out of their way. They become the we'll call it the fast-paced pushers. But
I mean, they have their moments, to be sure, but I think they still retain some of that European mentality of, okay, we need to be slow and strategic.
Yep.
So, yeah, we are going to be playing...
we are going to be here on Border first, but let's take a look at our operator selection choice from the European scene here, starting with the attackers. These are our top 5 picked European attackers.
You can see that there's a very even split between all 5 of them. The majority of those 5 operators being seen played in almost every single round, it looks like it by the base of the way it's working out there. 82% for Habana, 77% for Sledge are going to be up into the 2 operators in the forefront here. Habana being in the front is mostly due to the fact that she's a 3-speed, she's got the breaching power, I mean, she's got the whole package. She's even got flashbangs to, you know, round off that little package there. Sledge, on the other hand, he's got that SMG-11 secondary, the very consistent L85. He's got the hammer to get rid of pretty much any unreinforced thing in his path, plus grenades, again, to round that off. I mean, Ash is Ash. I mean, we all know about Ash. Thermite is, you know, when you're talking about Pro League, you want to have as much breaching power as possible. He's bringing that to the field. Thatcher opens up the door for Hibana and Thermite, so he kind of goes without saying.
One of the things I'm noticing, though, that we've seen from the North American scene, and I believe from the Latin American scene, is we are seeing either the Blackbeard or the Glaz come on up into the mix here, and we aren't seeing that here in the European scene.
Well, I don't think either of them in the Latin American scene. I think maybe it was the Blackbeard is finding his way into the top 5, but I think in the North American scene, neither of them are in the top 5, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
I could be wrong about that. It could be the other way around. But whatever the case be, they find their way into the rotation where teams play them because they need a specific lane pushed or they need a specific lane held going into one of their attacks. For example, like on Consulate, a balcony.
Now, we are going to take a look here at the top 5 defenders for the European side, starting off with Bandit being the #1 chosen operator.
Bandit being the #1 chosen operator is interesting, as in every other previous scene thus far, we've seen it be Smoke up at the front there at 90%. He is receded back down to 73%, which is that is really interesting, to be completely honest. Smoke is considered by most to be the most well-rounded operator overall for defense. He has a lot to his name. However, Bandit being in the front makes a lot of sense. Jaeger being right behind him there, that just solidifies the knowledge of that 3-speed meta that we have right now, in that, hey, if I move quick enough, you can't hit me. Smoke doesn't have that going for him. 2 speeds are 90% as fast as 3 speeds, so it's, you know, still a good solid 10. And Mira being played in there, pushed into there, is basically just because she was a really well-balanced operator that came in the last DLC. And they're giving a lot of unique ability there.
Yep, and all 5 of these operators are the same ones from the Latin America scene. The only change from North America to this scene is Valkyrie was removed and Pulse was thrown in.
Yeah, Pulse, again, just being, you know, seen to solidify that 3-speed meta. But on top of that, Pulse, you know, he has a heartbeat sensor and C4, so that's a really good combo in most situations.
Yep. Now we are going to get underway with our first map of the day here between gBots and Millenium. It's going to be here on Border. Let's take a look at their operator choices, because right now we've got quite a bit of choices going on. I mean, obviously we're going to see these standard picks. We're seeing the Smoke come out. We're going to see that Valkyrie. It looks like they're going to be going to the top floor.
Yeah, on attack we're going to see an Ash. We're probably going to see a Hibana. We're going to see a Sledge almost certainly. We're probably going to see a Thermite again. I mean, it's going to be the same.
These are the top 5 picked attackers and defenders from the European scene.
Yeah.
Across the board, just exactly what we just showed.
Yeah, look at that. Surprise, surprise, ladies and gentlemen. No variation whatsoever from the top 5, whether it be on defense or attack. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's to be expected, I suppose. That's why they are the top 5 picked operators for both these teams. However, that aside, Millenium will be going into the top floor defense. That is the Armory and Archives to start things off here. Now, there are 2 preferred bomb sites on Border. There has not been much variation on this point for most teams. That is the Armory defense, which we see here, and then underneath it, the ventilation defense slash server room. And basically, when you're going downstairs after you finish your Armory defense, typically you just defend it the same way. You have 3 people come upstairs here in the same place, try to hold through the destructible floor down to the site below.
Now we're going to start seeing some members from gBots spawn out on the east side of the map, as well as 2 on the south side. But Raz just working his way to the south balcony, peeking on in towards the offices.
Yeah, and the attack here shaping up from gBots is kind of a little bit more spread out than we're used to seeing. However, it seems to be centered around the east stairs, which leads me to believe that they are going to want to push their way in through offices. We talked about earlier, that is pretty much the go-to strategy for the entire scene, whether it be EU, North America, or Latin America. And it looks like that is what gBots is starting to do. But actually, they are seemingly, as majority of them are on the first floor here, trying to hunt down those roamers. They're droning for each other, taking their time, going for that methodical push, that pocket aggression, like you were talking about earlier. hunting down the roamers before they start the push into the site, because they know they have to deal with that C4 at some point or another. It may as well take them out early on.
And it looks as though Renshiro will be downstairs inside of the servers. Drid possibly droning out below to spot him out and ultimately go for the push.
He's taking his time about it. There's only a half a minute left, but meanwhile, Liven has been downed as he was standing on top of the shelving unit in Archives. He will not get finished off, but that is a good initial 50 HP taken off of the Jaeger.
Now there is Steezy. He's going to get a couple shots in the back as Wesker goes for the push in, goes for the shots on hand,
no,
but misses. And there are 3 members from Millenium all focused on the Archives door now on East Balcony.
That was unfortunate from Wesker. He had the backs of 3 enemies and just could not secure the kill of a single one of them. However, that is 3 enemies who are now all lit up. And as soon as they enter into an engagement, they will be at a severe disadvantage going up against these rifles.
Now, Renshiro has been spotted out here. However, we are going to see Lion move into the offices, drag that kill down onto Hansen. That's going to be the smoke inside of Fountain. Now, Barraza getting up on top of the bus. He's going to go over to the balcony on the window of Archives. So trying to make sure it's all clear as he gets on up. Now, we did see a little engagement happen between Renshiro and I believe that was Choi down here. Yes, Choi did spot him out. It looks like Steezy, though, going to take on Lion. That's a Thermite inside of Office. He will down and get finished off. Drid picks off Renshiro for the trade. And as Steezy tries to retreat off of the monitors, he gets back onto site nice and easily. With Renshiro down, Drid is now underneath with 2 nades still to go. I expect him to toss these up and allow Wesker to get this plant down. We are going to see, yep, first nade's going to come on out. This could be the end of Yogurts. It goes flying, and he will get injured. However, the Claymore kill coming out strong from Lion finishes off Liven, and Stiz will fall here by Choi.
Great control there exerted by gBots. They established power over the offices before they pushed their way downstairs to clear out the roam game, and then just one by one afterwards, they started to pick apart the Millenium defense. Now, what I noticed there is that Millenium is not exerting any sort of power over CCTV or really offices. The way that they're choosing to hold both of them is a little bit older than what we're used to seeing in the Pro League thus far, and it's just not going to work in the current meta the way things are shaping up. It might be to their detriment then, moving into future defense rounds of the Armory. But we'll see if they're able to adapt to the gBots take, or if it's going to continue to go in a downward spiral trying to form Millenium. However, that was just the first round, mind you. And we'll see how exactly gBots choose to set up their defense now on the same exact bomb site. If it's something similar, we could see, well, something similar coming out from Millenium, in that they kind of just have the advantage moving into their attack round.
Yeah, one of the words that came to mind when we saw Wesker push in against the 3 members from Millenium and miss them, I thought claustrophobic. I felt like there were 2 condensed. You had 2 inside of Archives and smoke that was Hansen inside of the Fountain.
Yeah, and it's worth...
Too cluttered,
Yeah, and it's worth noting as well that they weren't even trying to hold B balcony, B window. They were simply, there were 3 guys in B staring at offices. And that just seems to be a little bit of a lack of communication on Millenium's part, which is not good. Not good, to say the least. I think that, you know, they need to really... That's going to probably be one of their greatest issues moving into this match, given the recent leadership change and the way that recent change in the way that they conduct themselves in the match.
Now we are going to see the IQ come out from Liven, and Hansen's going with that buck play, meaning they're opting for no Thermite and no Sledge. Which Buck on this map, in this particular bomb site, to me is more powerful than Sledge. They both bring nades, however you can play more vertically with Buck than you can with Sledge.
Right, you are, because you can use that Buck skeleton key to open up holes from underneath, which is exactly what you would need to do on this particular bomb site. However, it does look like it might not be their plan, or might not be their plan for the Buck in this instance, as he has situated himself on the north balcony outside the B window, which is a very powerful position.
Now, Liven did spot out Wesker, so we're going to see Liven go for a push here, but he's got to be careful because Drid has this hole opened up to possibly see him down the hall, but he misses and doesn't actually witness Liven down here.
So that Valkyrie can be shot through the wall if Liven can establish the angle.
All he needs to do, he's got the angle right there. All he has to do is shoot. And it looks like Lion gets downed and finished off by the nade. I'm going to say that was from underneath.
No, that was from
out the window.
The Buck on the window.
Up and over the archive, the desk unit. Nice. That means the mirror window will get opened up. Liven will tag down Wesker. That's the Valkyr that was inside a break room. Drid takes that SMG-11 to the head of Styes, and that is the 3-4 here coming out for Millenium. Drid's going to take a couple bullets to the soft wall of Fountain, then tuck himself back in. He does have a rotate hole, but if he gives this position up, Millenium will take over Office and then take over the Archives B site. Looks as though Yogurts pushes on forward and drop down the smoke, and that will be him getting a second kill, getting down Troy. Last minute alive is going to be Baraz. He's inside of the middle office of lockers. He tags one down, but he's got 3 more to go and just cannot secure it. Yogurts coming out strong at the end of round 2 with 3 kills.
Overall, this is a similar defense, no, though not the same, from what we were seeing from Millenium. And similar in the way that it is just a little bit flimsy. Dissimilar in the way that they were trying to maintain control over CCTV, and they were trying to be a little bit more loose and open with their play on that armory defense. But at the same time, again, it was really just a case of Millenium situating themselves well and aggressing at the right time onto the right players on the defensive lineup. As they were so spread out, they didn't have the right utility to try and hold the angles that they needed to, such as, for example, a mirror window in CCTV, looking towards the main hallway, looking towards offices, looking towards south balcony, you know, looking towards basically everything. Because they didn't have something along those lines, they basically just lost their engagements one by one, and well, there goes the round. Now this is really interesting. Coming out from gBots, we are seeing, ladies and gentlemen, drumroll please, a Montaigne, and on top of that, a Glaz. We have what would be considered a full cancer loadout coming out from the gBots here. Montaigne and Glaz, not only that, but on top of it, a Blackbeard. So
they're going for an Archives push.
It's very clear, yes, they are going for an Archives push here. It's likely we're going to see the Archives wall get opened up by that Thermite. The Thatcher's going to make that possible. Then you're going to see the Montaigne close off the lines of sight as the Glaz smokes for him and then starts to lay down some cover fire. You'll probably see Blackbeard situate himself on the north balcony. Of course, that could be not at all what's going on here, as it looks like they are spawning now in favor of an A-wall take. The complete opposite take, however, just as feasible with this particular lineup. We'll see what they choose to do here.
Now, it does look like Drid got one shot off onto the chest alive and making him limp away. He gets all the way back upstairs, but there's no doc to help him out.
It's likely to get reset, however, that's going to be still 50 HP. So it is going to be an A-wall take almost certainly here coming out from gBots. They will be starting things off here by opening up the A-wall itself with that Thermite Thatcher combo. Steezy's trying to challenge her right now.
Now you can see that Steezy's calling this out, that Troy's just going to be sitting here along with Yogurts, knowing exactly, okay, I have the angle. If he unextends his shield to try to get Steezy, then it's going to be game over. But what we're seeing now is they've given up that wall. They are now going to make sure they can maintain this mirror window. Renshiro, however, does tag the kill there onto Wesker, and that was going to be the Roamer Hunter.
You can see the smokes coming out from the attacking squad. However, the gas canisters are the response coming out from gBots, or sorry, rather, Millenium. And those gas canisters will be able to nullify the smokes effectively. And now the thing to note here is that the attackers don't have nearly as many smokes as they would normally in the past. So they have to conserve them
Here's
just as
a little
much.
peek. Renshiro's about to go for it. Will Baraz get the quick angled shot? He's going to need this quick reflex. Goes for it and misses his target. His shield gets destroyed. He's going to go again, and Renshiro has decided to back away for the time being. Looks as though the smoke grenades have gone down. Lion needs to get this Lion needs to get this planted right now, and it looks as though the window gets opened up. One pop tap from Drid will take off the head of Hansen. Another one, it's going to be Stizzy going over to the half wall. He will tag down Lion. Plant has not gone down, but Raz will finish off Renshiro from the servers. This is now a 3-on-3, and Stizzy, now he's taking a look underneath through the hole behind half wall with a Monty, Blackbeard, and Glaz left alive, and I don't know if they have any smokes left. That might not be the end of it here. We're going to have Yogurts finishing off Baraz as he comes around from the middle hall. Troy and Drid, last two alive. Now Troy might need to get this plant down by himself as Drid pushes on forward, goes for the shot. Stizzy grabs the double kill onto Troy and Drid. And we will see Millenium secure round number 3. It's now 2-1.
An interesting play there from gBots. The strategy of planting behind a Montaigne under cover of smoke is extremely dated. and I mean extremely dated. I think pretty much like, you know, year 1 season 3, year 1 season 2, it's pretty far back there. Seeing it come forth here in year 2 season 2 now, I mean, of course we have seen it a couple times here and there in certain situations, but I don't know if that was the right situation. I don't know if that was necessarily what you want to be going for. Right now, the meta that we have that's evolved so far is, you know, going towards more of the light, the 3-speed, you know, the high-powered guns, and the just kill potential. And there wasn't a whole lot of kill potential coming out from gBots. They had a Thatcher, Thermite, and a Montaigne, who are arguably not on the forefront of kill potential, right? They didn't have an Ashe, and you know, they had the Glaz, who did as much as he possibly could, and then there was also, I think, a Sledge at the front door.
Thatcher. Thatcher was at the front door.
That was a Thatcher at the front door, and he got picked off really early, and I think just they lost a lot of their rifles early on in that attack, which is pretty much all of their teeth, and when you're bearing as well a Montaigne, who's effectively a toothless operator in this sense. That limits you quite significantly.
He hopped it right up on top of the billboards, but instantly seen, and all that did for gBots was just possibly identify 1 or 2 of the operators on the attack squad.
Which doesn't amount to a whole lot in the meta right now. There is no Thermite coming out from the Millenium lineup here. They're instead opting to bring that IQ, which makes a lot of sense if they're trying to maintain north control, because you need, in order to get onto that north balcony, you need to make sure that you don't have a Valkyrie camera looking at you. Hansen's going to be bringing that buck downstairs, and that buck is going to be very useful to getting rid of any of the
and there's the nade, tosses on up and just gets Drid down. Wonderful toss. You could see that he used that skeleton key to open up the floor, and as the heartbeat sensor was staring down at him, he was able to cook that grenade, throw it on up, and get the kill.
As I was saying, yeah, very useful in getting rid of any of the defenders who are sitting and waiting in the offices.
We'd actually talked about that a couple play days ago, or a couple streams ago, and I was curious why we didn't see more of it, because right there it worked perfect.
Right, well, establishing the ability to actually utilize that vertical angle is oftentimes really complicated. In this instance, I believe it was the defenders who already made it for him. He opened up the hole. He opened up the hole into the wall that allowed him to get into the building himself, but I think that hole was actually made by the defenders. He could have just naded from underneath anyway. Steez is going to kill Troy, pick things off here, and putting it into a 5 versus 3 now.
We do. Oh, a hipfire wallbang from Stiz coming on out to finish off Lion. What kind of madness was that? We are going to see Wesker try to pop on out of the archives as well, and Stiz is going to be saying no. Takes him down for the count. Now a 5-on-1, and Baraz unfortunately will not get out of this alive. Yogurts is going to finish that off from the middle hallway as he's strafing across. We will have Millenium go up 3-1 after a very dominant round 4.
The real madness there was an unreinforced archives B wall. Sure, he got the crazy, you know, hip fire through the wall, but it should have been reinforced in the first place. A little bit of an oversight there on gBot's part, and now Millenium, who were at the deficit in the first round, are up 3-1. That is an extremely fast turnaround coming out from them. They are going to be forced to defend ventilation room now, as they were successful in their armory defense previously. And we'll see how they choose to set themselves up here, as this is the first time we've seen this particular bomb site played on this map. In that last round, I mean, it was just a very, very simple attack. Let's take control of below offices, get rid of anyone playing in offices from below. That happened in probably the first 40 seconds. Then push into offices, open up B, plan in B. They didn't even get to the plan in B step, as all of the defenders who were trying to hold those angles died in the process. And this is, again, what we were talking about earlier, that distinct lack of utilization of utility in those mirror windows, just improper placement, improper use, and it's, you know, showing through here how that is causing a problem for specifically gBots in this case.
Now again, we're going to see some members from gBots actually start all the way up. We've got 2 on west, 2 on south, and Troy, who's the Ashe, is going to be all the way on the east balcony. So they're, like you said earlier, they're very spread out from what we normally see out of gBots.
Right. You know, gBots is one of those teams that tends to bunch up and sort of like attack as a group. They have all their bases covered, sure. They will obviously deny any roam influence from below if they're attacking armory, or above if they're attacking ventilation. However, they do like to come, you know, into their attacks as a team. It looks like they are going to be trying to take control of CCTV as well as offices. They're going to have to contest with a pulse in the offices. However, CCTV is free to gain.
Yeah, and we've talked about it before, how you want to gain control if you're an attacker of that top floor for the bottom push. But we've always talked about how the monitors room, the CCTV room, is the pivot point for many different kinds of pushes on this top floor.
Offices and monitors are pretty much similar in that regard. They're both pivot points for the attack. However, it really depends on how you're choosing to go about things. Troy's going to start things off here by picking off Yogurts. That was a nice aggressive play from Yogurts. Unfortunately, he missed the shots onto the Ash. And now, with only 1/2 of the round left to go, gBots are in a man advantage situation that they didn't necessarily need to be put into by Millenium.
Now it looks as though Liven's still going to be holding down the west balcony wall. It's going to get droned out here by Baraz. Wesker and Baraz, though, going to move in forward. Spots the... He's going to try to... He spots the mirror window, obviously. He's going to try to break that thing open. It does successfully. C4 is going to come on out. Tags 1 kill. He's going to escape with his life, but however, Renshiro will not. Choi will pick him off, as well as Choi getting injured. But Drid's going to be here, and hopefully we'll see if he can get picked up. Looks like that may have been a double down for the count. Liven, as he has dropped, will move in towards the atrium, in towards Tellers, possibly coming around for a flank here on the east stairwell. He's going to make a push soon, though, because there's only 40 seconds left. We also have the Bandit, that's Stizzy, off site. Means there's only Hansen to basically hold down the fort.
Yeah, and he's not even holding down the actual fort. He's holding it down from the hallway. Steezy and Liven, meanwhile, are in a similar situation right next to the site. Not in it. We are going to be seeing Liven picked off by Drid to start things off here now. 2 versus 4. Not looking good.
Now, Stizzy was spotted out inside of the inspection room, as Choi also got droned out by the camera, the stationary camera, the standard camera. He's going to go for the tag there onto Hansen. Hansen being off-site will be the one that's picked off, and Bandit, last man alive, is going to be Stizzy. He will fall to Drid as they just rush in from the bathroom side, that northern side of the bomb site.
That is going to be gBots starting their, starting their comeback here on their ventilation attack. Now, what we saw there from them is just a very standard take. Let's establish control over offices and CCTV. Then we'll progress our way into archives, and then through the upstairs armory wall into armory itself, and we'll just kind of sandwich and pinch any of the roamers who are playing upstairs before we open up lines of sight down into the bomb sites themselves and pick off the anchors one by one. Come in for the plant. Very, very standard take for gBots. Unfortunately for Millenium, there wasn't a lot that they put in a position to stop that from happening. They got a kill here and there to trade things back. However, they always ended up losing one in return or in the initial engagement. So from the get-go, they were at this disadvantage. Now, gBots, they are going to be able to defend armory yet again. They're not going to opt to go downstairs. They think that they have probably the best chance of winning on this particular bomb site. And that is going to be good for them if the case be true that they do have a better chance of winning here. If they are able to adapt and make the change that is necessary to make a victory come through in armory, we will, luckily for them, see a 3-3. However, it's going to be on them to make that adaptation, as they have been unsuccessful in defending this particular bomb site twice now.
I think one of the things to note about thinking about last round, with Millenium trying to hold on to the top floor. They had 3 members, I think, top floor. They opened up so much of the floor that they didn't have, there was no buck left alive, or there was no buck chosen. I don't know how much work the sledge did, but the floor, they'd already pre-opened up as much of the floor that the attackers really needed. These attackers didn't need to open up too much more, and therefore that's why we saw Hansen outside of the site, because he realized that basically every corner, every inch of the server room was already seen, so he couldn't be inside.
This is some aggressive play coming out from Drid here. He is going to be spotted out by Hansen, and there will be a double down situation. That will be seen by Steezy, and it's likely that both of these teams now know who is down and who is not. Liven going to nade off Drid, though, as Hansen is not nearly as exposed.
However, Wesker will finish off Yogurts, trading off the Ash. Looked like it might have been from underneath.
Yeah, and that's a good trade back there. Trading a Pulse for an Ash isn't necessarily beneficial for the defenders. However, it still was a lot of time wasted. We're down to half of a round left here to go. Now, it seems like gBots are really determined to leave this B wall unreinforced and try to utilize it in their office's hold. We'll see if it works out for them this time. It's been thus far unsuccessful.
I don't know if we saw it all the way there, but it looked as though there was a peeker. I want to say it might have been Wesker or Baraz. Oh no, there's going to be Wesker falling to Stizzy as he looks on up above the Archives shelving unit. Renshiro will also get his own kill onto Troy as he peeks on around.
Yeah, talking about overused angles, and the shelving unit is one of the first that comes to mind. Lion's going to kill off Renshiro, though, with the C4 before Liven trades things back onto Baraz. All down to Lion now.
It is a 1-on-3. Lion's got to run away, but he's blinded in the process, and that's an easy kill for Hansen. Millenium, though, coming out with a 4-2 lead here after round 6.
Yeah, Millenium's looking strong. And they are going to be able to defend, I believe, Armory next round, which means that if they are able to lock things up here on this site that they prefer, we will see a first map going in the favor of Millenium.
It looks as though that gBots left that wall soft again.
Yeah, well, they did, and it was weird. It looks like they're trying to intentionally leave the B bomb site wall soft to utilize it to try and hold offices, though that's not necessary in the grand scheme of things. On top of that, they also have a Mira who's not putting a Mira window on the adjacent wall to try and, give them the peeker's advantage in that situation. So all in all, a very interesting hold coming out from gBots that seems to be working against them. And it is very clearly working against them now, as they are 4th-2, as we talked about earlier. Millenium now going for a little bit more of a loose setup here, as they are opening up those rotation holes, which previously I believe it was gBots who were opening these rotation holes. Looks like they might try and play a little bit harder in CCTV this particular round, and we'll see if that works to their advantage. Oh, are they going to be utilizing the CCTV east wall Mira window? They are going to be doing that. So that Mira window, if you open up the office's walls, which they have not done, where they've opened up a rotation onto the closer ones, however, they didn't open the far fountain wall. If you open them up, you give that Mira window control over offices. You give them control over the main hallway. You give them control over the south balcony door, and effectively CCTV as a whole, as west balcony is not an easy way to progress into CCTV. So that's a lot of power exerted from one single Mira window. And I think it's great to see Millenium bringing that particular strategy into play here.
Now we're having a late camp thrown up by Liven. Drid hears it, and he will destroy it immediately. Now it looks as though we saw Millenium trying to rotate on over. That was the Bandit and Valkyrie, I think it was, both moving off of CCTV to get into lockers. Now, that's why those two doors are opened up. You can easily navigate back and forth between it without being detected, because you've got 2 seconds to do so. But I want to say they need to stay on the locker side of things, because the rest of their team, I think, is already off-site.
Yeah, the attacking team gBots here, they have taken their time to situate themselves outside. Oh, an aggressive peek out from Steezy will be missed. The opportunity will be missed from Baraz. But it was presented all the same, and that is some really interesting play. I mean, Millenium obviously here are getting extremely confident, as they are in such a lead right now, but I don't know if that's the right call to be making. Simply wait. You're on defense. All you have to do is lock out this round, and you're done. So hold those shift W's, and be patient.
Yogurts is going to be in break room. Looks like Drid will spot him out here.
gBots, on the other hand, being really quite cautious here on attack, as they are the ones put in the predicament here. They're the ones in the sticky situation that they have to win this round, or they lose the first map. And nobody wants to lose their first map in a best of 3. Baraz going to pick off Steezy, as Steezy is likely peeking out aggressively yet again on almost certain that same angle. Yep, there it is. So a good play there from Baraz. I believe that's the B wall that has been opened up.
I believe you're right there on that. And Baraz now still looking through the window on east balcony. taking a look into the site. That's going to be Wesker who moves on forward. Now, Lion does have the diffuser in hand, but he's going to get up the boat, or I'm sorry, up the bus and over to the single window or try to rappel on up, but it looks like there he goes. He's going to go for the bus side. Wesker needs to either bait out these gas grenades right now or risk it causing some damage in the near future. There's only 25 seconds to go. Wesker pushes around. He's going to grab the shot into Hansen, moves it over towards Locker, and as Joker's is going to have to back away to reload, we are going to have Drade picking up Liven. Now, as we see him going for another repeat, Wesker's already got his sights lined up. Renshiro will be the last one to fall, though, as Drade picks him off with a SMG-11.
A good attack there from gBots, but more importantly, I feel a little bit of a neglection of a defense from a Millenium. They were getting very aggressive on their play, as well as overlooking particular angles, such as what we just saw, Wesker creeping in there on the B balcony. Now, I just want to say, we have seen that twice now, coming out from gBots onto Millenium's upstairs defense, where the Millenium defense is just not paying attention to that B balcony door, and I feel like it's got to be a miscommunication coming out from Millenium. Some sort of one of the players in the ranks is just going, all right, yeah, I'm covering it, and it's not happening. Likely the smoke. I'm thinking that the smoke is thinking his gas canisters are actually covering that door when they are in fact not. But I'm sure they'll realize that upon a reflection of the VOD. Now, Millenium 4-2 still, match points still in the favor of Millenium even after losing that last round. They are going to be going on to attack of gBots defense of upstairs. I believe that's that's downstairs. Excuse me, that's downstairs.
So did we see? I'm drawing a blank on.
It's deceptive because they have all 5 of the defenders now upstairs, investing all of their utility upstairs, looking to open up those lines aside down to into the actual bomb site.
So did we see a roamer underneath last time, or was it all 5 topside? Because it seems like if once they realize that Henson's smoke and his gas grenades are not able to stop the door from the corner where he sits in archives, are they going to put someone underneath the C4, whether it be a Valkyrie, a Pulse, or someone else?
I mean, it's always a viable strat to have that C4 player downstairs, and yes, of course, there will be a roamer hunter to try and, nullify it. However, it's down to the player put into that position to either be able to read into the roamer nullifier and try and avoid them or kill them. And we've seen it go in both ways time and time again. So it really is just kind of battle of wits, battle of skill sort of situation unfolding there. But Cheer's going to start things off here with a kill onto Wesker. That was the Valkyrie off the board. She's probably got all 3 of her cameras down, so that hopefully for gBots won't affect the round too terribly much. However, still a gun.
There's going to be one nade. Oh, the ADS is going to save his life. I don't think Dredd knows how close he was to death. Now Liven's going to take one chance as well.
That actually might be a battery, because the battery is on the wall that was right next to that grenade.
What's the spot here? Renshiro tagging another kill there. That's going to take out Choi. And that will force Dredd to fall. He realizes the wall is being opened up. Nades are coming flying in underneath the castle barricade. So he's going to stay under for the time being. Now he does have a shotgun in hand, it looks like. So when the call comes out that there's men above, he might just be able to get the floor bang he's been looking for.
Yeah, gBots are at the man disadvantage, yes. However, there is only a minute left for Millenium to make this attack happen. They need to start getting a little bit more aggressive, making those pushes into the bomb site itself.
Now Baraz has navigated through the crawl space over into the B site. Looks like he might be coming up on the left side of Yogurt as he's holding on to the right side Pixel Peak, which he might be spotting Lion here if he keeps on moving forward. But he's got to be cautious. Hansen, however, does take that buck assault rifle to finish off Dredd. Yogurts will fall to Baraz, and that's going to dwindle down man count to 2 members left here for gBots on defense. There's 30 seconds left to go. Hansen's going to have to drop. He's got to watch the flank as well. Stizzy's coming in from the bathroom. Hole's been opened up. Lion helps on top of the desk. The Valkyrie cameras will actually spot him coming through the bathroom hall. That's going to be a call out to Lion with 15 seconds to go. It's going to be a quick push. Baraz already coming around for the flank of inspections. And Lion still waiting for the push. He's around here now. It's going to be collapsing. Grabs one. No, he doesn't. He misses his target. Now we do have Baraz. Last man alive is going to take one. Kenny down another. Not just yet. The diffuser is going to get planted. And we will see this go into a 1-on-3. 45 seconds. He'll tag another. He's got Stizzy in and Hansen, last two alive against one barrage from gBots. He's going to go hard right on the door as there's going to be a member that's bucked at Hansen inside the site. Now he's going to be popping on out through the bathroom, waiting for the shots. He goes for the kill, but he misses it, and Hansen comes out on top of that engagement. We'll see Millenium take this into 5-3. They take the home the map.
Good halves coming out from both the teams in the chat, as you said, 5-3 in favor of Millenium. The attack we were seeing from them there was pretty much what we expected to see, and it was a really well executed attack at that. They took control of the upstairs offices and archives, not progressing too terribly far as they knew they didn't need to. And they just simply went in through Teller's bathroom and made that push into the site itself. I mean, that's a good, concise way to execute an attack onto a ventilation room hold.
Yep, and so that was map number 1 going into the hands of Millenium, which seems like they actually have their stuff together. I mean, we saw them going up against gBots just now, and
yeah,
we saw some good stuff.
In the start, it was looking a little shaky.
But the first round, but I mean, someone's got to lose the first round.
Right, and it started to develop from there. I think Millenium started to read a little bit into gBots, and it worked out for them.
Yep, because they went up 3-1, and then ultimately 5-3 is what it went to be. But let's take a look at the highlights here from our first map on Border between Millenium and gBots.
That grenade wasn't necessarily a giveaway that he got the down, because in Pro League there are no points, so you don't know if you down someone or not unless you see it. However, because the mirror decided to go ahead and inch towards the drop down for whatever reason, it was very clear.
Now here's that hipfire wallbang from Stizzy right onto the mirror. 3-speed as well. You got to think, I have armor. Why do they have to get the headshot? But again, there is Liven trying to escape fate, taking one with him.
What a nice shot there from Steezy. Overall, just a really great match with some fantastic frags coming out from both of these two teams. Despite the fact that gBots lost this particular one, they did have some good plays, such as Wesker's flanks from behind.
10 seconds to go.
Now gBots chose this map. Our next map we're going to be getting, oh no, sorry, Millenium, if I remember. Yeah, Millenium chose this map, and gBots chose Oregon. Which, I mean, that actually makes more sense now that I think about it. We were talking about during the map bans, there was between Oregon and Consulate. Oregon is gBots' map.
Yeah, no, in the past, gBots have had a good time on Oregon, if I recall correctly. They are a team that is extremely strong there, and we'll see exactly how it is that they choose to, or how they actually end up performing on it. I mean, despite the fact that they did put up a fight on Border, it did seem kind of a little bit one-sided in the favor of Millenium. They were having a really good run of things. It could be the case that Millenium are just a little bit more on point today than we were seeing from gBots.
Yep, and so, I mean, with these two teams, we are going to be getting underway with our second and potentially final, or moving on to our third map, depending on who's going to take this home. With Millenium securing map number 1, they're going to be looking to take this one home and secure their series 2-0. But gBots is going to be saying, I'm not ready to go yet.
Right.
Now, again, the loser of this goes down to the losers bracket. They don't necessarily get removed from the Pro League just yet after their second loss. That's kind of the fate that awaits them.
Yeah, and I think that both of these teams are going to have a good go of things if whichever one makes it to the loser bracket. Whereas the other one will go on to the winner bracket, which has nice smooth sailing, a little bit for better seeding leading into things.
So we are going to get underway here with Oregon. gBots picking it out on attack as Millenium here on defense. Now, instantly, what jumps out to me is the Jackal play on Oregon.
Yeah, Jackal play on Oregon is, well, interesting to say the least. However, it does kind of streamline a little bit the west side clear, so it's likely we're going to be seeing just that coming out from gBots early on. Of course, normally you would just have one of your teammates drone for you, but if you can do it by yourself, that does free up the other teammate to go and fill his job without wasting any time.
Now, seeing the Jackal pick, you said clear out the west side. Are we looking for a very similar type of progression like we see on Bank when Jackal's chosen? Is it that same purpose?
No. Well, on Bank, Jackal's usually picked up because Bank is a ginormous map with tons of roaming opportunities coming out for the defensive team. However, on this particular map, the roaming opportunities are a little bit more linear, especially when you're defending a basement. You can roam towards the west, you can roam towards the Meeting Hall Tower. But Meeting Hall Tower is essentially basically is essentially just holding the site itself and roaming towards the west side of the building. There is no basement there, so you're cut off from the actual site itself unless you open up rotation holes in particular areas such as attic or the kitchen wall. However, those rotation holes can equally so be cut off from by the attackers. So bringing the Jackal here is just to kind of streamline clearing out that west side of the building so that one of your teammates doesn't need to drone for you.
And we're going to see Stizzy up here inside of the attic, has his drone or his Valkyrie cameras placed in some fairly, I won't say common spots, but they overlook common areas.
Interestingly, when I say streamline, I mean make it quicker. And there's only 2 minutes left to go, and west side building has not yet been cleared out from gBots. Looks like they might be pivoting for a construction attack. I'm not entirely sure what their strategy is here. They're a little bit all over the fence as they have rotated around to the northeast side of the map. It looks like it is going to be a construction attack.
Yeah, Drid did take a little peek through the pixel crack on the red tower window, or red tower doorway. Just not able to see Mute that was live, and he picked up his jammer and then moved on back into meeting hall. But like you said, we are going to see some members here from gBots try to focus their way onto this back site, in through the blue, and through construction. Drid's going to be droning that out as we have Thatcher. That's going to be Wesker moving in from behind, as well as Baraz. Now we do have a couple pop shots going into the feet of Wesker. Pistol kills try to come on out, but Drid says no. Takes on Liven. We will see now the rotation from Millenium start focusing their way here onto that back entry point.
Might have been a distraction, though, as there are 2 attackers in the main lobby drop.
Looks as though they are going to try to split the Millenium defense, like you mentioned there. Yogurt's picking up the kill there onto Baraz. That is the Blackbeard that was inside of construction. We are going to have Lion take out that Bearing 9 and whip Hansen down. A 3-on-4 with Stizzy still inside of the site here with Lion. You've got Drid working his way down the back stairs. However, he does pick up the kill to Yogurt. Stizzy will fall, and Lion somehow in the middle of the site takes on 1, and we will have Wesker finish off Renshiro.
So I was wondering why gBots' attack coming into the construction tunnel was as slow as it was. I was thinking to myself, gBots, guys, if you're going to try and take Millenium off guard by going into construction take late in the game, this is not the way to do it. You need to, shift and W. You need to make that pressure happen. However, it was not, in fact, the construction take. It was simply a distraction, a diversion of sorts, where they were trying to split, like you said, split up the Millenium defense and start to pincer them, sandwich them in between, and get those, just kind of, pick them off one by one as they, progress towards each other.
I'm curious as to why Mira was off, a quote-unquote off-site or out of position where she was coming down the main stairs.
Probably just trying to set up something elsewhere, maybe possibly a mirror window on the roam game, but we didn't unfortunately get to see that, so who knows. There is going to be now a defense of the basement coming out from gBots as they were so successful in attacking this particular site. We'll see how they choose to go about their defending it. Looks like they are trying to exert a little bit more presence further out into the map than we were seeing coming from Millenium. That's a lot of reinforcements coming out into the kitchen as well as the Valkyrie cameras.
I do like that little spot, though. As long as they're not on it, it's going to stay in a dark hidden corner. They'll hop on it at the last moment, not last moment, but in a moment after the attackers have cleared kitchen, cleared dining.
Is this just a straight construction take coming from Millenium? It looks like they might just be, hey, let's take construction. However, that is, again, risky biz. And they are going to analyze their options a little bit further, it looks like.
You can see Drid scrolling through the Valkyrie cameras at the moment, all stationary cams, and there we see our Val cams. You'd mentioned the construction take. It looks like Yogurts is hopping onto the roof here, heading over towards Red, checking out Attic. Now, one of the things that tends to happen with a, I'd call it a flank opportunity, is you'd have someone, whether it be a Valkyrie or a Smoke or Bandit, whoever might have C4 or impact grenades, try to open up rotate holes partway through the round, possibly even 1 minute left or 30 seconds left, to come through the attic and come around with the flank.
Yeah, so cutting that off, like you said, usually very useful for the attacking squad. However, it's not going to be the case in this instance, and instead Millenium will open it to utilize attic themselves.
Drid still going to be inside of that top floor main corridor, working his way down the armory stairs into the lobby. Now he might come up He won't come up behind anyone. It looks as though we will see Millenium all inwards towards the red tower and also construction. Renchiro's going to be the only one pushing construction as we've got Henson and Liven working their way in red. Pre-fire's coming on through. Now you can see how close that pre-fire was to where it actually target would be on the left side, top left side of the bomb. Unfortunately, its target is not hit. Now Troy was just spotted out there, and Yogurts picks him on down as Drid takes that MPX to finish off Hansen. A coordinated double push from the defenders, and unfortunately, that cost them one of their members, and that evened out to a trade.
Trade's good for the defensive team right now in this situation with only 57 seconds left to go. The attackers need to make a play happen, and they have not established the control that they are aiming to get here. They have pressured onto the north in construction tunnel. However, that's not really enough to make a B plant happen.
You can see the fire arrows coming on out. That's likely going to stop the plant, or sorry, going to stop the push around. However, we already have the pre-placed smoke from Lion. That's going to stop the plant there from Stizzy. He tries to get rid of the barbed wire, but he is taking and inhaling that gas as he tries. Liven still looking around from that corner drop hatch inside of the meeting hall. Renchier's going to move on forward towards box, which is going to be right next to Stizzy. Flashbang's coming out. Wesker will be blind. He's going to move on over, and he picks off one kill as he's fully blind. Renchiro gets the trade down onto him, though, and it looks like Lion will take 1 or 2 bullets here from that para inside of the site. Now they're both going to go, and looks like a shot will come down onto Lion. However, Drid with that MPX finishes off Stizzy, and the final kill will come out of Drid. And that will be the defenders taking round number 2.
Clearly, as that was a win by default because of the time running out there, it was just a little bit too much time wasted coming out from Millenium. Stalling out on their attack, not able to establish the control that they were looking for. Because of that, when they went in for that final push, they were rushed and unable to challenge the right angles slowly and methodically like they were expecting to. Now, gBots clearly displaying that they are the dominant team on Oregon thus far in this particular match. We'll see if they're able to continue that now, as we are seeing Millenium go down into the basement yet again.
Now, if this continues on the path that it's currently going on, with gBots winning each of these rounds and possibly taking this to a 3-0, 4-0, or even more, you've got to wonder, what was Millenium's mindset in allowing this map to be going through? It's a well-known map that gBots is one of their primary maps that they're always going to choose if they can.
Well, Millenium did ban Skyscraper and Coastline. I'm not sure what their third one was. I think it wasn't Cafe.
Chalet.
Chalet? Yeah, that would make sense. They banned Chalet, Cafe, sorry, not Chalet, Chalet, Coastline, and Skyscraper. And Coastline and Skyscraper are kind of go without saying sort of bans that they don't want to be brought to. Chalet, on the other hand, I'm guessing they were likely thinking of the same thing that they're experiencing right now on Oregon, which is that gBots is proficient on a map like Chalet, or possibly they simply don't want to play Chalet. Sometimes teams don't ban to counter, they just ban to like, yeah, we don't want to do that. We're not a fan of that, so let's just not bring us to that particular map ever.
I do like the constant IQ plays that are coming out of both teams here. IQ is an operator that started making a comeback, I'd say, last season, when we started seeing a lot more pulse play.
She is, to be sure, a very useful operator, especially when countering that pulse, but also equally so when countering a bandit, countering a mute, countering a Valkyrie, heck, even pre-placed smoke gas canisters. Definitely a very good asset for the team, just overlooked because of her bad history, I'm sure.
Looks as though Wesker will try to move in forward here. Some shots coming on through, gonna pop a couple into Wesker. However, the breaching charge does get successfully blown up. That's going to allow them to get into the attic. However, there is still one member. That's going to be Stizzy. He has fallen on through all the way back on the site. 4 members from Millenium have retreated and recuperated inside of the bomb sites downstairs in laundry. Drid going to be the only one. I'm sorry, not Drid. Yogurt is going to be the only one still off site for Millenium.
Yeah, it looks like he's just hanging out in the armory right now, waiting for an opportunity to pounce on one of the attackers. Doesn't look like the Jackal is aware of his presence, or at least we can't tell if he is or isn't as of this particular moment. Yeah, no, he's not aware of his presence. So that might give Yogurts a good opportunity.
The target is not hit. Now Troy
Make
was
quick
just
happen,
spotted out there, and
quick
Yogurts picks him on down as Drid
He's going to come for
takes
the
an
shot
shot there. Doesn't see the footsteps, and Yogurts will come out of that on top. Now we do have a wonderful distraction that Yogurts has just created, and Drid's going to be focused up here for the remainder of the round. While the rest of his team tries to go for this plant, they need to make sure that he's not going to come around and get his own kill. Liven, however, will be struck down hard by Baraz's Blackbeard play at the bottom of the main stairs. Now the rest of the barbed wire will get destroyed with 35 seconds to go. A 4-on-4 now. And Hansen realizing that, okay, they've got a Blackbeard down here. They're ready to make a push. He's going to toss out one gas grenade here in a few moments, and that might stop Baraz from being able to, there's the gas grenade getting tossed out. I'm sorry, that was the flashbang. And Hansen, as he does try to go around for the kill, it's going to be Baraz finishing him off, and Drid finally hunting down that Yogurts, hunting down that Jaeger. He will go down. Renshiro gets that C4 kill into Baraz. Last man alive is going to be Wesker as Renshiro takes on, or Renshiro falls to Wesker. Stizzy is going to be the last man alive here for the defenders. He's going to try to tag that shot there into Habana, but misses. And Lion will then secure round number 3 here for gBots, 3-0.
A very standard take coming out from gBots, and as I said, as I've talked about earlier, they are a very standard team in their takes. It was a simple, let's clear west. All right, we've cleared west. Let's open drop. All right, open drop. Let's plant the diffuser. All right, we plant the diffuser. End of story for gBots. Like the great way that they're bringing things back to the basics, but still making it work for them. Now, Kids Dorm's going to be defended by gBots as they were successful in their armory defense. We'll see their setup here. As again, this is the first time we are seeing this on my channel. I'm sorry, not on my channel.
What do you think? Trying to think about with Yogurts being the Jaeger, he finished off Jackal coming up the stairs. What do you think Jaeger can do, or Yogurts could have done differently to try and stay alive or use up some more time? Anything?
I'm not really entirely sure.
Because I think he ended up trying to peek and opened an open murder hole through the floor to tag somebody, and IQ was actually the one looking up through the floor and finished him off. But again, it was a moment's notice, and unfortunately the peek just didn't go in his favor. So as we do get underway with round number 4, we're going to have the attackers be in the hands of Millenium, but we are seeing a hold on the top floor like you had mentioned earlier.
Yeah, this upstairs hold is going to be the first time we have seen this bomb site defended on this entire map thus far. 4 rounds now into the map on the 4th as we speak. And it has been an entirely gBot-sided map to start things off here.
We're going to have that double mirror strat on the kitchen windows, or kitchen walls facing into the dining hall. That's going to be the west end of kitchen. You see Millenium is going to be droning out the top floor. Now they're figuring out, okay, Baraz is up here. We've got Lion up here. That's 2 that we've seen. How are we going to push this? Could they go the north windows? Are they going to push in through big window or just focus up underneath? They will have to be wary of the C4 play from underneath, which is going to be that Mira. I'm sorry, it wouldn't be the Wesker. Nade's going to come on out and possibly finish off. No, Liven finishes him off with a nade first, as Hansen also tossed on one in. They are now going to hunt into Lion inside of the kids' dorms. It looks like he will get injured off, and the shotgun will finish him down. He's going to peek on around the opening hole, and Hansen's there to get the trade. You've got a 3-on-4 now, and top 4 controls in the hands of Millenium. You're going to have to wait for everyone else to get back on. Wesker's inside of the attic. He's now giving away his position. He will fall down into meeting hall, try to rotate around. Troy's going to come up through small tower, and we're going to have a push out by Drid to take out Renshiro. A 3-on-3 now that we have the Capital injured. Diffuser will go down. Drid's going to come up backstairs, as we also have Wesker following suit right behind him. Stizzy's going to move inside of the middle dorms. Hansen taking his position inside of A. He's looking down the large hall as we've got Stizzy looking on towards the back stairwell. Flashbang's coming on out, and we're going to have a nade get tossed in towards the front entry point. This, unfortunately, looks like it's going to be a flanking from behind. Troy tags onto one. IQ's going to pick around. He takes one down as well. Stizzy's able to get there from the middle dorms. Now we do have Troy with about 1 health and a dream. He will get taken out, and last man alive is going to be Liven versus Wesker. Here comes the pistol kill out from Liven. He's going to go up against this MPX, and we're going to see Liven and Wesker go head-to-head. Deagle going up the shots, and it looks like the knife comes out of Liven and right into the chest of Wesker, because the Millenium secure round 4, finally getting onto the board. It's 3-1 now. gBots leads the way.
An extremely aggressive play there from from Millenium overall. They just came into the bomb site one by one through various different windows at various different times to start to try and trade each other back, and very well played to them on that collapse there. gBots did respond in kind, however, with their aggression, with their peeks outs, with their trade backs. Unfortunately, it was just one too little in the end, and Millenium came out on top, bringing them now onto the board, their very first victory.
Yeah, when it gets to a close-range pistol fight, such as we saw there between the Deagle and, I want to say, IQ's pistol, the 3-speed is most likely going to win over the 2-speed with the knife, which we saw. Unless it's going to be a longer-range fight, but in this, it was a corner of a room. You're gonna have that 3-speed be able to get that upper hand with the knife. Now we are going to see Millenium go upstairs as well, so hopefully they've opted to not go downstairs this time.
Yeah, defending this upstairs bomb site instead of trying to force out a basement defense is just really, all right, well, it's not working for us, guys. Let's try something different. And that's exactly what they're going to be doing here. We'll see if this is what they actually need to make it happen, to put themselves further onto this board here. Now, they are the ones, the Millenium here, are the team that have a little bit more room to work with, a little bit more wiggle room, as if they, that is a very narrow shot being missed there by Braz onto Liven. Anyway, if Millenium lose this particular map, they still will be moving on to map number 3. However, if gBots lose on their map, on their home turf, they will be eliminated from this bracket and pushed down into the loser bracket.
No, Lion is going to be the one on the red tower rappel to try to make sure that anyone who's inside of that second floor red won't be peeking out towards the north windows of kids' dorms. Looks as though we're going to have Drid possibly working his way over there. Now, Drid, being that IQ, he's going around tight, around the red tower, around towards Garden to spot out those Valkyrie cameras. Now, it looks like Wesker rappels on in, not too thoroughly, though, and Stizzy will pick him on up from the top balcony.
You have to drone out each and every different layer of the tower, and that's one of the things that makes it so complicated to actually take tower. And it's being displayed just now by Steezy why exactly that is the case. The Thatcher being taken out. Oh, and now Drid getting eliminated. That's the IQ as well. That's a lot of gadget removal being taken off the board there for gBots. Now Millenium looking like they're in a very strong position here.
At this point in time, with 3 members of your attacking squad left, everyone's outside. 2 members of your attacking squad left, everyone's outside north windows. When you know someone's inside of the red tower, you cannot push onto north windows anymore. You have to rotate over either the big window into kitchen or come on through the main doorway.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to try, gBots is going to try and take out, oh no, the run out coming from Steezy is going to actually find
successful done by Stizzy, and we're going to have Yogurts finishing off Lions. Right there, Millenium showing that they still have the moves like McJagger, and now they are going to take this round 5. It's 3-2.
An impressive start to what appears to be a comeback coming from Millenium here. They were very much at the deficit in the early 3 rounds of this game, putting themselves in what seemed to be a hopeless situation. But now they are winning these rounds back to back. Now we are going to be seeing gBots defending the laundry room yet again. We'll see how exactly Millenium choose to attack it this time. I believe last time they went onto this attack, they lost it due to stalling out on a construction take.
Believe you are correct on that one.
Yeah, meanwhile, gBots, the way they were handling this was actually somewhat unique. They pushed in not only from construction, but as well main lobby, and got a nice little pincer sandwich move going off, and it worked stupendously. gBots, meanwhile, are going to be opening up drop downs, rotation holes, and putting down reinforcements upstairs. That is going to be what indicative of, I believe, a very heavy roam game coming out from gBots, and we have seen this from them in the past, where they try to exert as much pressure as possible elsewhere apart from simply just the site.
Now with this bottom floor site being chosen yet again from Drid, I actually really like this camera. I haven't seen that particular spot before. We talked about it 3 rounds ago when we saw it, but just altogether, what we're seeing here from gBots is a typical 3-2-3 or 2-3 split, which we've seen work time and time again for defending teams.
Yeah, and it's really a big question about how many you choose to split. Obviously, you need to have at least one sit down on the bomb site, and sometimes 2 is a good number, but in this case, gBots have gone, yep, they have gone with that number 2 number. And that is going to allow them to maneuver a little bit more freely, and that they will still have control over the west side. Now, the thing is, because Millenium is trying to push in through the tower, that is going to effectively nullify a lot of those roamers coming out from the gBots side, and that they will not be able to directly influence this push down through tower. I mean, all you have to do to hold that flank is simply point a gun at a 90-degree angle in a door and wait patiently.
Now we are seeing the majority of gBots again so forcefully pushing Millenium towards that back red tower. They've focused every one of their defenders into top floor, into bottom floor, and meeting hall.
Oh boy, oh, do it.
Right there, Yogurt's goodbye! And that is Drid instantly getting the kill there, and Liven getting picked off by Choi, looking on through the hole. Fabulous coordination here by gBots.
Yeah, and when we talked about that roam game being nullified 5 seconds ago, it was gBots going ahead and stepping up and saying, nope, no siree, baba dizzle dazzle. We are going to go ahead and influence this round by opening up that attic and applying the pressure that is necessary. But meanwhile, the grenade is going to down Baraz. Hansen's not going to know about that, and he will light up Whisker. So we do have one down player on the gBot squad, as well as one very lit player on the gBot squad, but it looks like we are going to see Baraz saved by Lion.
Yep.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
There is a good spread here coming out from Millenium. They do have a good reach on this map. A lot of opportunities here, but it is going to come down to individual play in the end. Not a lot of teamwork, coordination, or trade back, or refrag is going to be able to come out here.
So 40 seconds left on the clock, a 3-on-5. Gas grenade starting to come on out, but Renshiro's taking that gun onto the head of Baraz, finishing him off. You are going to see Millenium try to push into the back. Lion's going to be the one to hold it down as Drid takes on to Hansen. Stizzy trying to peek on around, but he gets headshot by Lion's SMG-11. Renshiro trying to move on forward. The Blackbeard going to the shotgun to the chest will finish him off. Lion coming out strong with 2 final kills to win round 6 and take gBots here 4-2 at the moment.
You could easily attribute that particular round victory there from gBots to the attic play we saw upstairs from the roamers. Now, normally, if you have west side roamers, they are going to be caught off in that sort of situation when you're having a tower construction take coming out from the attack, and they're not going to be able to influence the round. They're not going to be able to help anything. But the great coordination, like you talked about earlier, the great C4, opened up that opportunity for those west side roamers to influence the round, even after they knew that they weren't being pushed into. Now a basement defense coming out from Millenium. This is their last chance to try and bring things back here on that match point situation. If gBots lock this out, we will see map number 3.
I'm thinking it's likely we will see this. gBots went up on a 3-0 victory, a 3-0 lead, just kick it off on the first 3 rounds here. And Millenium did make a swing back for 2, but I think gBots was able to narrow down some of the opportunities they missed, some of the mistakes they made, and we might just see this go home.
Yeah, Millenium has a good chance of bringing it back. I mean, they performed extremely well on the previous map. They won it, in fact, and now they have been performing admirably on what is basically gBot's map. So we'll see if they're able to bring it back. However, they are fighting uphill on this particular battle.
Now again, the Jackal play is going to be a core part of gBots' strategy for taking on Oregon.
And it's really interesting that it is too, by the way, because the last time we saw Jackal brought to this situation, he was used extremely slowly and actually didn't save any time whatsoever. He kind of just took the west side within, I believe, half the round. Which is less than what we can actually see with the speedy drone coverage.
Now, do we see the Echo, or not the Echo, I'm sorry, the Jackal notification when he does tag someone's feet?
What do you mean? You mean the spectator mode?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm pretty sure we'll see it. Although, to be completely frank with you, we don't see Jackal played very often. So, we'll find out together. There, he's not going to find any footsteps here in this situation with which to scan, so he is going to instead simply try to hold the angles, establish control the attacking team needs to make that push happen into the lobby drop down.
See, at this point, it's almost like Jackal knows that the mirror window's to his left side. You either want to open this up, which we're going to see Wesker use that EMP to help get rid of any kind of coverage on that mirror window on Meeting Hall, and you're either going to have Lion open that, or you should just have Choi try to throw some smoke grenades underneath. Give a little bit of line of sight difficulty for Renshiro, who's going to be inside of the Meeting Hall. There we see the foot tracking happening. Looks like it was a successful scan.
Yeah, we may not see it, actually. That's really unfortunate. I think it was onto Yogurts, though. That means that he is going to be able to, or going to be forced down into the laundry room to stay.
Yes, Dizzy is still going to be on the top floor of that red tower, or on the second to top floor. Looks like he might be trying to rotate down, though, as Renshiro trades positions with him.
Attackers have located a bomb.
There are 2 members from Millenium inside of that middle closet. Yogurt's going to tuck himself inside of the cubby, and they are going to go for a push here momentarily. It's a 5-on-5, still 45 seconds left to go, and looks like Baraz will tag the first kill onto Yogurts. That's going to be the Jaeger trying to come on out of the cubby. Wesker will fall to Renshiro, though, and Stizzy trying to go for an aggressive peek there on a Blackbeard. Liven's still here. Now his head might be shot if he tries to peek up yet again. Barrage is going to tag it for a little bit. The gas grenade, the pre-placed gas grenade is what it looked like, will ultimately halt the plant. Lion got hit with a little bit of damage. I don't know if he's going for the diffuser just yet, but Troy did drop undetected at the moment. Lion, however, is coming around for the flank inside of the Meeting Hall. Going to swing around, and there's no one looking for him just yet. He's going to swing up and pick off Baraz. No, he misses his target. That's going to be Baraz able to reload, get back with a shield in hand. We're going to have Hansen tag on the double kill to Troy and Lion, and we're last man alive here, 2-on-2, with Hansen and Renshiro against Drid. Drid's going to be the last man attacking, and the diffuser has gone down. They're going to have to make this plant last another 35 seconds. We are going to have Renshiro try to take on the shot. No, we've actually Drid getting finished off by Renshiro. Therefore, Hansen will get this diffuser destroyed. The round will go into the hands of Millenium.
Defender mission success.
And now Millenium looking like they want to start that comeback. However, they still have to compete with the proficiency of gBots going into gBots' next defense. A good defense from Millenium, however. Very standard hold there. Extremely slow take from gBots, forced them to funnel a little bit, one too many probably attacking operators down into the lobby drop itself, into laundry itself. And because of that, they became so few men towards the end that the refrags coming out from Millenium allowed them to get that retake and force out the defuse. Well, the disable of the diffuser. So now, still match point, still gBots on top. gBots will, however, be able to defend upstairs. We'll see how Millenium chooses to go about handling this particular attack. There's a lot of options here on this particular site. You could take from the tower and the B bomb site windows. You could take from master closet and armory, or you could take from west down and then B bomb site windows. I mean, there's a lot of different choices, really.
10 seconds left.
Taking a look here at gBots' setup, it's looking very similar to how they've held this site before, with the double mirror strat downstairs in the kitchen facing dining. And for the life of me, I can't remember. I feel like Millenium has actually successfully won this round, and they came in, basically just took over the top 2 in top floor, and it was up to gBots to try to get try to retake the site, and it just didn't work out for them. Because that ended up being the Valkyrie and IQ pistol battle at the end, which Liven came out on top for.
Right, and it was through a melee kill, like you talked about earlier. Having that 3-speed gives you that a little bit of an edge, you know, in the knife fights where you can get up in the face of the opponent. Steezy going to start things off here with a pick onto Wesker. Looks like that was straight on into Attic. And that was a very difficult angle to challenge as a defender, especially with an ACOG going up against a 3-speed. Sorry, especially with a Hollow going up against a 3-speed. Forgive me. So now, as Liven picks up Raz, it's looking real difficult here for gBots to keep themselves in this particular round. It's likely we are going to be seeing overtime. However, we have seen much closer clutches before.
Now it looks as though we do have Liven inside of the small dorms. Yogurt's going to push on into the kids as he takes down Lion. This is now top floor control again in the hands of Millenium. Drid just trying to go out very aggressively. Wants to go for the shotgun under Renshiro, and he takes him down. He's just saying, look, I just want to get one kill, and he does successfully. Troy's going to go for his small tower push again. Now he cannot go all the way over there without getting detected. As soon as he does, he will most likely have everyone swoop down onto him.
Yeah, Choi's basically caught off guard here.
And there it is. Yogurt's going to spot this as it comes off the back stairs. Choi sees him, and Yogurts will fall. Or sorry, Yogurts will get Choi.
Right. And now we have overtime. Ladies and gentlemen, on Oregon, Millenium, against all odds, have brought it back on gBots map and managed to push us into a very, very exciting overtime. If Millenium can win these next 2 rounds, or 2 of the next 3, whatever the case be, they will win this series and push themselves into the loser bracket. If gBots manage to win 2 of these next 3, they will be pushing themselves onto a 3rd map. We'll see who the victor is then. Millenium going to start on defense, gBots on attack, and Millenium's going to opt to, first things first, start defending upstairs. Now that's really interesting, I feel, that they opted to go for the upstairs hold when they were so successful in the previous round, well, their previous defense round, on the basement.
And this might be due to the fact that, exactly right, you had just said that they have been successful on that bottom site, which is what you're most likely going to have Millenium expect. Or you're mostly going to have gBots expect. And so therefore, they've brought their Jackal, they've brought their IQ, they've brought the same operators that they have when it is time for that bottom floor hold.
Yeah, and that might play against the gBots attack that they do not have the correct operators in this situation. So if it's the case B that they chose to go with this particular bomb site to mix up the operator selection from gBots, then that is very wise on them, and it does look like it might actually work to their advantage. Or very wise on Millenium specifically. Steezy's playing extremely aggressive here in this hallway. He might get spotted out by Choi.
Ooh, he just gets spotted there and tagged in the back, but not enough bullets in the gun to finish him down. So therefore, Steezy will navigate back to the kitchen and instead of dining.
Good that he decided to fall all the way back to dining rather than try and challenge onto Choi a couple more times, because if he'd gotten picked off, it would have been a really bad start there for Millenium. Instead, now he has control over the kitchen. He's going to try and maintain it. We are seeing clearly here from gBots, their attack is a Tower B window take. You have to take control of that tower to deny any of the flanks coming out from the defensive squad, so you can push your way onto the B windows and repel without a worry in the world.
Now we are going to have Renshiro, though, having his head just decapitated right off of him from Baraz on the very top of Red Tower. Looks like that was going to be the smoke trying to toss a grenade up there, or that was the mute trying to toss C4.
Yeah, and gBots having all their bases covered on this particular attack, not leaving anything open to chance. Waiting for that mute to come. I mean, that's kind of one of the main reasons you take tower in the first place, is to deny the roam game, right? So if you're not watching for the roamers, what's the point? In this case, it very clearly worked to gBots' advantage that they actually were paying attention to that.
Now we still do have Choi, who's outside of the small tower. He's been here since the start, just going back and forth through dining. And some of the remaining members here from gBots, they're going to be pulling up to those north windows now that they have control of red. Flashbang is going to go down and just blind Stizzy. Now, unfortunately for Lion, he's not going to get in with that stun grenade doing too much of a distraction. So 55 seconds left to go on the clock, a 4-on-5. Choi now giving away his position here right onto Liven. Liven's going to stay at the bottom of the stairs, try to re-engage this fight against the Jackal. This, again, just going to waste more time. Some members here from gBots, they've gotten onto the top floor, and it looks like Valkyrie cam from Lion, or will be taken out by Lion. Yogurt's still in the main hall. You've got Stizzy underneath. He's weary of the Jackal, though. Does have a C4 in hand, so he could get the kill from underneath, with 30 seconds to go. Hansen still waiting for this push. Now Lion will try to go for the plant there, and there is successful. Stizzy trying to throw it on up through the drop hatch, but unfortunately does not land on its target. Dread peeks on through the window, dropping out the smoke. That's Hansen going down for the count. A 3-on-5, and now Choi still needs to hold on to outside. This is where he needs to be. He needs to make sure that IQ does not get killed off, and it looks as though Wesker will take down Yogurt as Liven picks off the head of Choi. 2-on-4 now in the first round of overtime. Stizzy trying to come back onto site. He's got to look to his side because Lion's going to be a hard left against the bomb site. He will turn. They're going to down each other. Last minute alive is going to be Liven coming in through the attic. It's not looking like he's going to have enough time. So he's going to try to fight Wesker here, and he will fall to it. And that will be gBots securing overtime round number 1.
A good attack there from gBots. A very, very systematic take. Just take control over the tower. put yourself on the B windows, start to pick off the defenders one by one as they sit in the site, and then simply repel in and plant. Not much more to it coming out from gBots, and unfortunately for Millenium, all of their attempts to counter this particular take were thwarted. The mute coming from the basement with the C4 was killed off by the Blackbeard. All of the players attempting to flank onto the B window repels were killed off by, well, the B window repels. And then on top of that, the player who was playing in the B bomb site itself in that instance was unfortunately unable to influence the round whatsoever before he got picked off.
That was some very good pressure put on by Choi, playing the Jackal onto the Valkyrie who was underneath. Because Valkyrie, instead of being able to get the C4 toss that she wanted to from under, she had to toss it up through the drop hatch and try to extend it as much as possible to the middle of kids' dorms, and it just didn't reach the Hibana.
Right you are. And now 5-4 overtime match point in favor of gBots. They will be defending upstairs as their first option. Millenium were successful in this last time they were going into attacking rounds, so anything's possible here for them. We could be seeing an 11-round map.
Attackers recovered the diffuser. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
And we're going to see Hansen start up by construction as the sledge player, working their way forward here towards Red Tower. Now again, with this kind of setup and having a lot of your players focus on that Red Tower take, it tends to lend itself to saying, okay, we're most likely going to be pushing those north windows again onto the B site. We have seen teams rotate off of that when they've deemed it not beneficial anymore, but for the moment, it looks like that's what Millenium's setting up for.
Yeah, both of these two teams are really focused on the north windows of the B-bomb site. You can clearly see that it is very well displayed. I mean, neither of them have tried for an armory take as of yet. Some of them have tried to pressure the main window into the A-bomb site. However, for the most part, it's just been time and time again, take tower, repel B windows, try and get into the B-bomb site, get that diffuser plant. There is some pressure coming out here from onto armory, looks like, from Hansen this round. But I don't know how committed they are to that actual particular lane in this instance.
Drid still playing on that top main stairs corner. Heard the window get opened up, but still waiting for the repel in. Hansen, however, will spot him out.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Yogurt's now going to shoot up his breaching charge from underneath. He's going to tap his target. No, he won't just yet. Going to drone out just a little bit more and possibly get some more intel before he does make a committed engagement. Millenium still pushing on in from dining. They're going to go up against this mirror window here. Looks like that's going to get opened up. Choi is now going to have to play this a lot differently. He doesn't have that one-way mirror anymore.
That just means he's going to have to play a little bit more passively all the way further back into the kitchen. But at the same time, Wesker is going to be picked off by Yogurts as Yogurts progresses his way swiftly into the meeting hall.
Troy's trying to navigate on out. Looks as though Liven's called him here. However, the shots from the back stairs, Barrage will take down Hansen, getting a little too greedy and only paying attention, being tunnel vision to that bathroom push. Yogurts, however, will finish out droning kitchen as he's going to stay inside of the meeting hall for the time being. Troy most likely has been narrowed down to the bathroom. Yogurt sees his feet there. That's going to call. Oh, he actually might not have seen the feet. Therefore, Troy could have this upper hand if he plays the steady card and stands still. Now, it looks as though Baraz will be picked up by Renshiro, and Lion falls to Stizzy with a double headshot coming out here from Millenium. 4 on 2 at the moment. Drid is drastically hurt. Choi has not been detected, but he is on the back stairs now. He's got to play a little bit more aggressively going up against 4 attackers. Diffuser has been planted. Drid's going to be inside of the middle dorms. Liven's holding onto the perfect angle here, and it is now all up to Drid. He's got about 40 health, and Stizzy just takes out the bearing 9 and says goodnight, and that is Millenium winning round 2. We're going into the 11th round here on Oregon.
Yeah, but Millenium's going to be thrust onto defense, and they've only had real success on the basement defense thus far in this particular map. Are they going to try and bring us to upstairs again? No, it is going to be a laundry room, supply room defense coming out from Millenium, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Previous time they defended this particular bomb site, the gBots roster took way too much time in their very methodical and slow take of the main lobby drop down before they opened it up. Now we'll see if gBots choose to adapt that strategy, try and mix things up a little bit, go for a different method, or if they're going to simply try to, hey, let's open up front door, open up the drop down in the lobby, and then get the diffuser plan.
Now Troy has opted to get off of the Jackal and push onto the Ash, which in this scenario I could see being useful. I haven't seen the Jackal play and the quickness that you would expect Jackal to bring. I haven't seen that yet from gBots today.
Yeah, whenever we see Jackal actually see play, he often doesn't even help the speed of the take whatsoever. 9 times out of 10, it would have been faster just to have somebody drone for you on a map like Oregon. I mean, the Jackal is especially useful when you're dealing with a lot of crooks and nooks and crannies where people can hide and you don't have time to check each and every one of them. You're like, oh, somebody walked into this room. I can. All right, they're hiding in this corner over there, and you just don't really see that on Oregon. It's just so linear, and that's not in a bad way. Oregon's a great map, but it is very linear when it comes to the roam game. Very predictable.
Look here, we are going to see gBots working their way towards that main lobby. Almost looks like Baraz did get up top of the balcony of master bedroom, so he could just be droning out, and you would see his drone above the crosshairs of Troy. He's going to be droning out the armory, master bedroom, and middle dorms, possibly looking to push in and engage and distract any of the roamers.
There are still players on far west right now for gBots with only 2 minutes left to go, an entire minute wasted in essence for the gBots lineup as they very slowly drum their way into the building. They are going to have to contest a very hefty investment from the Millenium squad in the meeting hall. Let's see if they're able to do so.
Yeah, and this is one of the things we've talked about before. It's been a 3-2 split almost the entire time. You just saw Stizzy drop. He's looking like he might go towards the back stairwell, as Hansen is still in control of the bottom of the front laundry. Wesker's going to drone out. Yogurt's there as his drone gets destroyed. Pushing on out. He's not going to push into the lobby. Instead, he's going to back out of garage. Take a little bit of a more, we'll call it conservative angle from that white van out of the front doors. A minute and a half left to go. Baraz has taken massive damage from someone. I don't quite know who. Looks like it might have been Renshiro.
Whatever the case be, a lit Blackbeard is a good Blackbeard for defense, as despite the fact that he has that shield, he will still die to 1 body shot. And it doesn't look like we are going to be seeing gBots take the time to try and reset him yet.
I think that was Renshiro. I think he shot out either through the very top window or the second floor window onto the armory window.
Yeah, and here you see gBots, they're trying to get those players from the defensive squad who were playing in the meeting hall. However, they have moved around. Renshiro here, as you can see, playing very aggressive into the tower. He will be spotted out and tagged up. However, he is wasting a colossal amount of time here for the attack.
We are going to have Troy trying to get rid of the barbed wire. That barbed wire placement might be a little bit odd to get rid of that one, unless he's trying to drop and go for a quick push. He knows there's only 30 seconds left. The gas grenades are going to come out here momentarily from Hansen. It looks as though Renshiro, though, will take out Drid. Drid goes down, and Lion's got to move on out of the sight. It looks as though he's going to escape with his life, but the gas grenades will hold it down. 15 seconds left to go. A double kill from Baraz. You don't leave Blackbeard even alive with 1 health, because that can happen. Yogurts and Ren will go down. You've got Live and Stizzy and Hansen, last 3 alive here from Millenium. Going up against 3 members from Millenium, however, or going up against 3 members from gBots, and it looks as though we're going to have another kill here from Troy and Hansen alive. 2 on 2. Defenders are going to win due to lack of time. Diffuser will not go down, and we are going to have gBots not come out on top. Millenium will take this win.
Against all odds, Millenium have managed to fight back against gBots on their map, on their turf, and bring it to an 11-round victory. A very, very well done one at that. At the very end, very last round there, we did see Millenium waste out all of the time on that round for the gBots attack, and gBots, unfortunately, they stalled out on their push downstairs and were unable to get any real momentum going.
Yeah, I mean, gBots, they looked fantastic during the first few rounds there on Oregon, but unfortunately, I think Millenium just tagged their number. They said, look, we know what you do. that's also why they went top 4 first. They realized, okay, you can bring the Jackal, but the way you're using Jackal, he's not beneficial to you on that top 4 hold.
Yeah, and despite the fact that they lost that round, I mean, they did manage to recover from it. They won the next attack round, going into the gBots attack or defense upstairs rather.
Yep.
And then on their basement defense, they did the same refined defense that we've seen time and time again: turtle hard, turtle hard, turtle hard, and it worked fantastically for them. Obviously, they still reached out with the roamers a little bit, but they didn't lose too many people doing that.
I think Renshiro played a vital role in that last round because he was the last roamer. He was the last lurker. He drew back a lot of time. I think it was 45 seconds left, and they just then started finding him. They just then started to engage him. I think it might have been the IQ and in the attic. But ultimately, I think Millenium did a fantastic job on all the rounds, especially the ones where they needed to make a count, needed to come back, and they ended up doing so.
Yeah, no, it was a fantastic clutch from Millenium there.
We are going to take a look at some highlights, though, from this final map between Millenium and gBots. Again, what we saw, a lot of trades back and forth. Not too many one-sided sweeps on Oregon.
Yeah, no, there was a very, very chaotic sort of gameplay coming out from the two of these teams, and that really is just to do with the fact that they're both extremely confident going into each and every one of their firefights, whether it be Millenium or gBots. Plus, they have a lot of strategy and planning going into those fights. That was a really nice kill, and to round things off there for us on this second map.
Yes, and so, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be Millenium coming out of this gunfight, coming out of this series, coming out of this match 2-0 over gBots. That is our first series of the evening, so please stick with us. We'll be back in a few more moments with our second matchup between unKnights and the reigning champs from the European Pro League, GiFu. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second Playday of the European Pro League here. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum, and this is Kickstar. And we just got done watching one matchup here between gBots and Millenium, which we thought might have gone to the third round.
I thought it was going to go to the third map, but unfortunately for gBots, it did not. Well played to Millenium to bring it out in 2.
Yeah, they took it to the 11th round on that second map, Oregon, which gBots has been very well known for.
Yeah, it was somewhat surprising to see that gBots were not unable to secure that last round, especially.
Yep.
It just came down to them taking a little bit too much time on their attacks and not able to really concisely push into the site.
Yeah, our first map of that series was Border. Second map, Oregon, and the third, if we would have gotten to it, would have been Consulate. But looking at how Millenium decided to swing it back and looking at how they just reacted to gBots, I feel like the 2-0 was very deserving of Millenium.
Oh yeah, very well played to them.
So thinking about that, we do have two new teams, or two not new teams, but we have two other teams that are going to be watching tonight, or we will be seeing tonight. It's going to be GiFu and unKnights. Now, looking at GiFu and unKnights, we know a lot about GiFu. We've seen them every single year in the Pro League season. unKnights, we've seen them, I think, in the Pro League before.
They're coming out of, from last season, they're coming out of the Challenger League. They're going to be coming into the Pro League, I think, from the first seed, I believe. They did have a very good showing at that. They've, I believe, beat Supremacy. And Supremacy, of course, is that team that went toe-to-toe with Penta earlier in our European group stages over in Group A. So they are a team to be reckoned with, or not to be reckoned with, for sure. Going up against GiFu, I mean, it's going to be really tight.
Gotcha. So we do have an interview lined up with one of the members from GiFu. You guys know him best as Shate. Let's take a look over at him. Shate, how you doing today?
Hi, I'm doing fantastic. How about you guys?
Awesome. We're doing well. Thank you. So looking at the lineup for GiFu, have you guys had roster changes this year?
Well, we changed it. Well, we have had a bit of a roster change after the invitationals since Protax stepped out for a sub role and Vapo was replaced by Pannari. So we have Pannari and Kantoragetti after the invitationals, but not after the last LAN event. We don't have any changes.
Awesome. So you're running with the same core 5. How about the roles on your team? Have you worked on any different roles, or are you pretty much certain that you found the good mixture?
I think we have the perfect mixture for the roles we have. I mean, there is no need for any significant changes, and we just have to make the roles work, and yeah, no big changes.
Awesome, awesome. One of the things I want to ask you though, with your team always being in the Pro League, always being in one of the top 2 teams of the European League, what advice do you have for players and for other teams that are up and coming that seem like they're in this rut, we'll say, where they constantly keep on having the same outcome, but they want to change, they want to get better, and what advice do you have for them?
I mean, I hope that the teams stick together as much as possible, because the roster changes are sometimes required, but I feel like it's the best way to keep a team alive is to stick with the same team and just work on the roles and tactics and make it work. Of course, like sometimes roster changes are needed, obviously, but yeah, my only advice that I know is to just stick together and just fight your way through it.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your insight. Is there anything else you'd like to mention before we head on out here?
Enjoy the match. Thanks to everybody who is supporting us, and yeah, enjoy this evening.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Shate, and good luck to your team today.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
There it is. GiFu. No roster changes. Feeling very confident about that. That's one of the things he just mentioned to all teams out there is don't always think that because your team is doing poorly that it is a roster change that's necessary.
Yeah, GiFu is one of those teams that's come into the Pro League and been extremely consistent throughout each and every one of the seasons. However, consistent in both the good and the bad ways. Here's their roster: Wilkie, Shate, Bonsi, Kantoragetti, and King of Lapin Lati.
I'm going to say is that Kantoragetti?
I'm pretty sure that's Kantoragetti, yeah. Or no, that's not Kantoragetti, because Kantoraketti's right there.
Kantoragetti is right there.
I'm not really sure what's going on there with that. I don't think that's actually a player for Sisu. I could be wrong though. If they have made a roster change that I was not made aware of, that they didn't tell us.
I said they didn't.
Yeah, so well, whatever the case be, that's part of Sisu's roster, and they are a very consistent team that has time and time again been in each and every one of the pro leagues thus far. And they have thus far also been unable to finish out any of the pro leagues as the champions.
They've been to every LAN event. They've reached either first or second place of every European pro league. They've made it to the championship numerous times, but they just cannot grasp it. And this is going to be that game. This is going to be this season again that we want to see them shine. We want to see if they can prove to us.
I would argue that last season was the season we wanted to see Sisu shine,
well,
and unfortunately,
I'd say every season is the season we want to see them shine. But no, this match in particular between unKnights and Sisu. While it is going to be the second place team coming out of Europe from last season, and unKnights being first place from the Challenger, it does seem like there's that gap. There's that seeding gap.
Well,
I still think
unKnights has been saying, from what I'm hearing from the scene, is unKnights is actually looking very strong.
Yeah.
So, experience gap, sure, but
I still think Sisu needs to come out swinging hard. They can't treat this as, oh, we're going up against a Challenger League team.
If they
need to treat it like life or death.
Yeah.
So hopefully they will. We do have another interview lined up though from unKnights. Let's take a look here from Hicks. Hicks, how are you doing today?
Hello, I'm doing great. How about you?
Doing very well, thank you. So your team placed first in the Challenger League. What sort of things did your team do from the Challenger League win to get here in the Pro League? What did you do in the off season to help prepare yourself today?
We work a lot because we have to. We need to perform in a different league, which teams are stronger. So we work a lot. We practice as much as we can, and we are ready for this match and the season.
Awesome. And so you said were you referring to the Pro League when you said that you're going into another league with stronger players, or are you referring to a different league where you were playing other teams?
Playing other teams.
Okay. Awesome. So these other teams, what sort of things did they help show you that you might need to work on, or what did you learn from playing these other teams?
You can't do many mistakes because they are gonna take advantage of it. So you need to perform your gameplay, your team play, communication. Just the facts works on a game like Rainbow Six.
Awesome.
So yes.
Awesome. Is there anything else that you'd like to mention to everyone out there before we head on out?
I would like to thank everyone, unKnights, all the support, and merci beaucoup.
Awesome. Thank you, and good luck to your team today.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
There's unKnights.
hey, he looks ready.
He does look ready. He's out of the Challenger. He's mentioned that they played some other teams which in a different league which they thought might be as tough or tougher than the Pro League. And he said we're playing tougher teams in a different league.
Sounded like it might be a miscommunication, a bit of, at least. Here's the unKnight roster, however. Chaoxys, Hicks, Spoken, Voy, and Jock. A very interesting roster coming out here. This is their first time coming into the Pro League as far as I know. And they were in the Challenger League for the previous season in this year. We'll see if they're able to show us something spectacular today going up against an old team like Sisu, who has time and time again had that experience brought onto them. Or if they're going to falter under the pressure of going up against such a titan and get unfortunate circumstance coming their way. However, again, as we talked about before, whichever team loses coming out of this particular fight will be progressing down into the loser bracket, so they'll still have a chance to keep themselves in the Pro League moving forward.
Now, do you think this puts any, we'll call it pressure on unKnights, being the last of the quote-unquote Challenger League teams to come up into the Pro League and get a victory? I don't think we've seen a Challenger League team come up into the Pro League yet and secure a victory over their opponents.
Possibly Excellence?
No, Excellence was most wanted.
No, they were most wanted. It was an org change. So yeah, no, as far as I know, there hasn't been. So I don't think there's any extra pressure because of the last ones who have the opportunity coming out of the first bracket to be able to do something like that. I think the pressure is really just going to come down to, okay, we're playing against Sisu, guys. We're playing against Sisu.
We're playing against Sisu. That's where the pressure's going to be.
I mean, yes, okay, Sisu's never won a finals, but they are still Sisu. They exert quite a lot of presence as a team, and they have quite a lot of experience at that.
Yeah, their name definitely brings, we'll say, brings some fear into the eyes of some, or at least some pressure just by the name of them.
On that note, when we talked to that guy in the interview, it didn't seem like he was really worried about going into this matchup.
It was like an aura of confidence.
Yeah, he seemed very confident.
So we are going to take a look here at the map bans as they get underway. Now, thinking about the map bans for these two teams, we've always seen Sisu pick the maps that are older. The maps that are very strat heavy. We've seen Cafe come around many times from Sisu.
Plays into their style. They're an older team. They like to be bringing the maps to where they're comfortable. I mean, why not, right? Clubhouse, on that note, going to be banned out by unKnights, whereas Skyscraper, on the same exact note, going to be banned out by Sisu. So no surprises on either side of the fence. Border, however, being banned out by unKnights. Now that's interesting. Sisu isn't the strongest team on Border, but obviously, as you could tell, unKnights are not very confident on themselves. I'm guessing we're going to see a Coastline ban, or I guess a Bank ban.
I was thinking Bank as well.
I still think Coastline ban's probably going to be planned out by one of these teams at least.
I mean, in all honesty, I feel like unKnights, it would not be in their best interest to ban Coastline, even though they are.
Yeah.
The reason I say that is because as much as unKnights might be fresh to the Pro League, Sisu definitely is not going to go with Coastline.
Sisu does, as far as we can tell, does not like Coastline. Oregon going to be banned out by Sisu, and that's going to leave us with Chalet, Consulate, and Cafe. No surprises in that lineup. A good, solid lineup. It's different than what we were seeing earlier today, so at least there's that. We're not going to be going back to Oregon. We're not going to be going back to the same old, which is cool. Well, it's going to be curious to see which teams bring us where, though, because, again, like you were talking about, unKnights interestingly banned Border and Coastline, and I don't feel like they needed to ban Border. I feel like Sisu might have done that. But I understand that could have been a risk. Whereas the Coastline ban, absolutely don't think they needed to risk that. They probably could have gone for a little bit more preference on their side and just been, okay, let's let them handle that.
Yeah, I would have thought, let's get rid of either Consulate or Cafe going up against Sisu. I would have said, okay, we'll leave the Coastline.
Probably Cafe.
Yeah, we'll leave the Coastline ban to Sisu. We know that they don't want to play it. Let's hopefully pick off one of their other maps, which would be Cafe.
Yeah, Sisu's had a good track record recently on Cafe. I think they beat Penta in the group stages on that.
It was the decider matches for the
playoffs.
seeding matches, the playoffs. Yeah,
right,
the playing match.
It was the playoffs. And they ended up losing that series, but at the same time, they beat them on Cafe, so that's good.
So unKnights is going to be picking the first map in which this series is going to kick off with, is followed up by Sisu's choice of starting side, and then it's going to be Sisu's pick from the final two maps.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be curious to see which these two teams decide to go to. I mean, there's a lot of options here for unKnights, so they are going to actually bring us to Consulate. Somewhat surprised by that. I mean, I'm guessing we're going to see Sisu bring us to Cafe in this situation.
That would be my guess.
Yeah, we'll find out in a second here. Consulate from unKnights. It's likely that that's the map that they prefer personally going into this particular matchup. Probably something that they're very comfortable on. So it's good to see that they can be able to bring us to that. Yep, Chalet is going to be our decider. Map Cafe is going to be picked out by Sisu.
So the Consulate pick from unKnights, to me, is a very... Of the three maps, I think it's the best fit for them, due to the fact that, like we constantly say, every time Consulate comes up, all three bomb sites are viable. This allows unKnights a little bit more of an unpredictability when it comes to playing this site. They can expand on any one of the bomb sites and develop more than maybe some other older teams, such as Sisu, that are set into, we like top floor, we like first floor, but we don't like basement.
I mean, we'll see if there's any of that adaptation that you're talking about. Going into Cafe, it's like the complete opposite, basically. I mean, you're dealing with cut and dry, and that's where Sisu excels. So, unKnights, they are going to have, I wouldn't say the advantage on a map like Consulate, because Sisu still has very, very good strategy on that map. However, they are going to have the best opportunity to put themselves on the board on Consulate. Whereas on Cafe, I feel like it's going to favor quite a lot the Sisu team, and that they are really very well versed on that particular map. If we get to Chalet, anyone's guess.
Yeah, I'm feeling like Chalet. I mean, we did see the successful bar and gaming room holds. We've seen that earlier this season. It could be something that we start seeing other teams pick up and develop on. unKnights has had an extra week to expand upon that and see it, and go for it potentially.
I mean, I think it's a little too early for these teams to be picking up that particular strategy, but it'd be interesting. That's for sure.
It could be that what we've got unKnights or Sisu saying, okay, we've practiced these new bomb sites, but we just haven't gotten it down. They need to refine one little thing. They saw it in the VOD, implemented it, and it could be something that happens. But I'm just thinking here, like, for Consulate, like you said, we're going to see this not necessarily be favored towards unKnight, but it's definitely their best opportunity of the 3 maps present.
They have to step up on this map.
Yep. Now we are going to head into the game right now as we have unKnights starting out on attack, and the defense is going to be picked up here by Sisu. Looks like going downstairs to the garage and the cafeteria to kick off round number 1.
Yeah, no surprise there. The garage cafeteria just as viable as any of the bomb sites. So, you can't really predict the bomb site and be like, oh yeah, that one's surprising or that one's not surprising on this particular map. So, let's take a look at the operator lineup instead. Ash, Habana, Buck, Sledge, and Blackbeard coming out for the attacking squad on unKnights. Valkyrie, Smoke, Bandit, Jaeger, and Mira, the defensive squad for Sisu.
I think it's worth noting, though, that for the defensive squad lineup, it is the same 5 as the top 5 picked operators of the European scene, just like what we saw with Millenium, choosing that right off the get-go during their first map.
Yep. It wasn't only Millenium, it was actually also gBots. They kind of paralleled the top 5 operator selection. It was really interesting to see. They are going to be having a mirror window placed onto the garage itself for Pranari to be able to bandit trick a little bit more efficiently, as well as a mirror window placed into that small office to give line of sight in case the first one falls. And it's going to give Sisu a lot of options when it comes to defending the garage wall itself. However, if we see unKnights choose to go somewhere other than, hey, the main garage wall, we might see that pressure diverted against the defenders, because once you're on the other end of the mirror window, it is cold and heartless in the same way it would be towards an attacker.
Now it looks as though we are going to see unKnights try to either push in or at least clear out the admins, which is where Cantor Akedi is trying to skedaddle around from.
Yeah, this roam coming out from Cantor Akedi is just kind of typical him as a player. He likes to get really aggressive in your face, prep himself to shift W and start to win that engagement. But he is instead, as soon as he's been spotted out by that drone, going to fall all the way back to piano. And he might start to veer a little bit closer to them later on. However, Knights have established control over top east building. That is the admin office already. Yeah, it's because they forced that Cantor Akedi roam out. They now know that they are allowed to freely push into that particular building.
Now there is a minute 45 left to go. Diffuser was actually dropped out by the north end of the building, outside by the circle stairs. Now there is currently a lot of effort, it seems, from unKnights trying to go for the top floor. Clear that out and then work their way down. Now Wilkie has cornered himself into the bathroom. Kaox is going to go for the push here. Now Hicks has spotted him out. Some shots are going to go flying in, and Voy and Spoo are both going to take out Cantor Akedi and Wilkie.
So this unKnights clear coming from the top east, moving their way down to the bottom west is, I think, a read onto Sisu. I think they understand the way that Sisu chooses to handle this particular defense, and that they have that hard roam coming upstairs, including the Cantor Akedi roam, who is playing a little bit looser. And they just want to contain that as much as possible. They took a lot of time to make it happen. They used all of their players, but at the same time now, 55 seconds left to go. They have complete control and man advantage moving into the rest of this round.
Nari was going to get a double C4 kill, dropping out Sledge and Hibana.
Remember when I said man advantage?
Man advantage is now back even here with 40 seconds left to go. The double C4 kill is going to be exactly what Sisu needed to get themselves back into round number 1.
That's a bit of a Deus Ex Machina to bring them back in this.
What did you just say?
Deus Ex Machina?
I've never heard that term before.
Really? Oh.
No.
25 seconds left to go. The attackers now situating themselves outside the A bomb site. They're going to try and go for that push in. They're going to have to contest Boonsy, though, and he does have gas canisters, I believe.
He does, and another C4 kill from Shate. That's 3 members down. Chaos is going to get finished off by the shotgun from Boonsy. Last man alive is going to be Voy, and that's an easy MP7 kill for Panari. And it looks like Sisu ultimately didn't start off the round the best, but they sure as heck closed it down very nicely.
What a tremendous comeback there from the defensive squad on that Sisu hold. And it all started, like you said, with that Panari C4. If it hadn't been for that, it would have been, in all likelihood, much more complicated for Sisu to make actually finalize that holdout. But as soon as it became a 3v3, I mean, all it really came down to was listening and holding angles. And Sisu does that exceedingly well. Now, with a 1-0 lead, they are going to be progressing onto attack and unKnights the garage defense.
Taking a look at the defense operator selections, we are going to see the mute come out of the woodworks here, along with Castle.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting wombo combo going to be coming here. I mean, you can very easily use those two to each other's advantage. However, I'm not sure if this is the particular bomb site to be doing so. We'll see if it works in the favor of unKnights or if not. I mean, just in general, an odd operator selection for them. Well, for anybody, truly. Less 3 speeds than we're used to seeing, that's for sure. And usually when we don't see 3 speeds, we end up seeing a rook or a duck, and neither are popping their head in here. We are seeing, obviously, a very heavy roam game going to be coming out from unKnights. A double castle barricade going to contain the entire west side of this first floor. We'll see how they choose to use it. They don't have a Mira, so usually I have seen this actually used a couple times before in play. However, oftentimes it's coupled with a Mira window looking towards benches, and in this instance we do not have said Mira window. So we'll see if this is going to be enough for unKnights to be able to start, just to be able to win this round and hold successfully on that west side first floor.
I'm feeling as though the 2-speed, 2-armored operators that they've all chosen, except for Hick, across the board here, going to be what they're looking like to just get enough armor that they're able to secure engagements, but also pick up those operator abilities that are going to make it a super effective strategy for them. Like I said, we aren't seeing the 3-speed strat, but we also aren't seeing the Rook, Dock, or Mira meta at the moment.
Activating drone.
Now that Sisu's progressing their way into the lobby, they are not going to directly contest any of the unKnight players. It's a castle barricade separating the two of the squads, but meanwhile, the garage wall has been opened up. That duo between Panari and Wilkie, the Thatcher Thermite combo. That means there's a lot of pressure being exerted onto the unKnights defense, and Sisu has fully encircled them at that as they start to try and pressure onto the yellow stairs with Panari there.
Now, like we said, we do have Panari and Wilkie outside of garage. Cantor, Raketti, and Shatev both inside of the receptionist lobby. They haven't really done too much, like we said. They're kind of just focusing their way. Now, fortunately for them, they do have the ability to drop down and possibly go inside of the kitchen. But before he gets a chance to do so, Panari will fall by Spo.
Yeah, nice peek out there from Spo onto Panari, who, by the way, now that I think of it, was the player who we did not have, I believe, on the roster earlier. So that's our missing man showing his head here. There is going to be an aggressive push coming up from the Bandit Hicks to pick off Shate, and Jacques will finish off Cantor Oketti. A nice little crossfire between the two unKnight defenders progressing upstairs. Wilkie and Boonsey now the last two attackers left alive, and Wilkie will be picked off. Boonsey now in a 1 versus 5 situation on that Blackbeard.
He is going to be inside of that garage way, inside of the, right behind the van. Moving on forward, 40 seconds left to go. He's going to work his way towards the yellow stairs, which is where Wilkie fell with that diffuser in hand. Kioxi's just waiting to hear the barbed wire. The jump out from Spoo is going to be the last man he sees, and that will be it. Boonsey will fall. unKnights secures round number 2.
A good secure at that, too. unKnights playing very aggressively on that piano, and it seemed like Sisu just did not know how to handle that situation. It looked like they were trying to situate themselves in a position where they could just go ahead and push into the locker hallway and then maybe archives, push into the A bomb site, but I'm not really sure. They kind of lingered in the lobby and then lingered at the top of Spiral for about 2 minutes until they eventually got collapsed upon by the unKnights defense. And it just, unfortunately, because of that, didn't go in the favor of Sisu. So many men down for almost no cause. Now they were going to be going into defense, though, of the upstairs. First time we've seen this particular bomb site brought to the field on the 3rd round now. There's going to be a castle brought in to play as well for Sisu, and they're going to be using the very typical rotation holes that we've seen time and time again. They're actually going to 11 melee those castle barricades as well, which is somewhat interesting. Give them the opportunity later into the round if they need to melee that down in one shot. No real surprises other than that, or other than the castle. Castle can't even be said as a surprise on this particular bomb site. No surprises at all coming from the operator selection.
No, I agree with you there. I'm trying to think back to the Sisu attack that failed last round, and I'm thinking, what were Shate and Kantaraketi spending a minute and a half, 2 minutes trying to do inside of the lobby when they didn't even take down the castle barricade and push on the Valkyrie inside of the bathroom?
It is definitely a question for the ages what they were trying to accomplish there. However, I'm sure they were just trying to concoct a plan as they were unused or not used to the particular defense that unKnights was putting forth. But now unKnights is on attack and Sisu on defense, and we'll see exactly how unKnights choose to attack Sisu's very typical defense. There is nobody playing in the A bomb site, but that's not necessary as there are plenty of holes with which to hold the A bomb site from the hallway.
We are going to have Jock outside on the printer window. Panari can't be too aggressive here. He knows that there's going to be some opening of the wall. And therefore, you saw Panari rotate off of the soda machines and over towards the A site, where Kaoxi is now working his way into the top reception area. We might be able to see a couple. No, he will get detected by a drone. Flashbang won't be going out successfully due to the ADS. However, that one will. Valkyrie camera, good placement there, but that does get picked off by the Blackbeard as they move on forward. Now, we will have Voy on that balcony, forcing his way in. He's going to cook one grenade, toss it on back to the corner, but Panari's going to be the one to engage the shots. He's actually going to tag the head of Spo and then be traded off by Kaoxi. And that is going to be one trade here that was actually in the favor of Sisu. A job well done taking out Spo.
Yeah, Kaoxi's unfortunately not covering his teammate in that situation and allowed that castle to get too aggressive, get that pick off. However, there's still plenty of opportunity for the attackers to redeem themselves and bring things back. The real dilemma is going to be Shate, as you can see here down in the main lobby. Even if all of Shate's anchors die, he will still be able to stop the diffuser plant in the last seconds of the round.
All right, and you do have the nade kill coming out to finish off Boonty as Kantaraketi will fall to the headshot of the Blackbeard Kaoxi. All we have right now is Shate waiting for the plant to go down. He sees the one who stuck still. C4 comes out, and C4 will kill. Hicks will fall, and we're going to have a 2-on-3 now with Wilkie underneath here. This is going to be another Nitro kill, and it looks like Voy might go down. Some shots are going to come up from the ground. Now, that will not be enough, but that will force them over to B site. 30 seconds left to go. Again, Shot is going to be calling out which one to go for the C4 toss. There it is, but it misses its target. Plant will go down. 25 seconds left, and the shots will come out from Jock to finish off Shate. Last man alive is going to be Wilkie against Voy, Jock, and we've got our last member alive here. That's going to be Blackbeard Kaoxi as Wilkie forces his way up the circle stairs with diffuser planted about 35 seconds on the clock. He sees that the door is now reinforced and barricaded. He's got to find a different avenue, but he's got to make it quick. He's got 3 members on the attack side to kill, and it doesn't look like it's going to go his way. Now with
He's about
Kaoxi
to die
staring at the
Kaoxi's
stairs
right
here.
now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shots are coming out, and the shot
There it
will
is.
land, and Wilkie will fall.
Yeah, and you saw there, Sisu, they had a plan set up. They were all ready and in place to hold that bomb site even after their anchors died, which unfortunately their anchors were unable to do as much work as they really needed to do. But after the anchors went down, the first C4 was successful. The second C4 unfortunately missed, and that's where it all fell apart for Sisu. As soon as that C4 misses, they basically don't have a whole lot of choices in the way of stopping the defuse plant, which forced Shate to try and get aggressive through the B wall onto the CEO desk, which unfortunately he got caught off guard by the Thatcher playing at the top of yellow stairs, which meant that Wilkie was now in a 1 versus 3 with the diffuser planted, and that's just not going to happen.
And it also didn't help that he used up about 10 to 15 seconds of that 45-second diffuser timer trying to go up the wrong set of stairs. And then realized that he'd be putting himself into a crossfire, giving his position away, trying to open up that barricade at the top of circle stairs. So he had to waste the rest of his time going over to Visa.
Yeah, and but we did see the usefulness of Pulse come into play there from Sisu. It was demonstrated at least. And we are going to be seeing Pulse coming out from Jock here on unKnights. Probably going to be used in a similar fashion. We'll see if Sisu actually tries to hunt down the Pulse in this instance, or if they're going to do like unKnight do, and they're going to push straight into the admin. Now, curiously, it's kind of curious that unKnights decided not to try and hunt down the roamers, especially considering it looks like they are actually going to be using the same exact Pulse tactic. It's a very commonly used tactic. And it's one not only common, but they are using themselves, so they're very aware of it. So it's interesting, again, that they didn't simply open up that front door on attack and try to apply some pressure onto the Pulse. Their Pulse is actually playing all the way down in the basement in this instance, though. unKnights playing a little bit safer here with their setup. They are going to attempt to be holding the admin here from both the main desk from both reception hallway and printer. However, they're going to be contested by 4, count them 4, ladies and gentlemen, Sisu players.
I feel like it's an acrobatic show right now as they repelled here on the east.
The great
windows.
Sisu circus.
The great Sisu circus. I love it. I love it. I love it. Now they have spotted out Spo. Looks like Shots is going to go for the shots here, but he gets tagged a little bit and decides to fall off the window and let Panari go for some bullets.
Spo is holding his ground firm here. In this situation, normally you would see a defender simply fall back, and here it is, falling back to Soda Machine. That is going to still, while they're still wasting a lot of time, you're not risking your life nearly as much.
Now the C4 kill does come out of Jock's hands onto the feet of Cantor Raketti, finishing him off. Now again, that's Ash going down early on in the round, or quote unquote earlier on in the round. He's one of the first members killed.
Right, yeah, and Ash being off the board is a significant blow to the attacking squad.
Now it looks as though Spo has taken quite the damage. He's gotten on out of the archives room, or out of the printer room. Jock, however, tags a second kill there onto Panari, comes in pre-firing back down towards Visa.
You don't expect somebody to run out on your north side, and when they do, it can be devastating, and as it just was 5 seconds ago.
Now Wilkie's going to be here on the, I believe there's a connector window. Yes, a good Valk cam though from Hicks. No, that's not actually a Valk cam. That was actually his point of view. Right inside a connector up on top of the desk. Bootsy on the balcony outside of the A site, working his way in. The Diffuser's going to be, I still think, outside unpicked up. 40 seconds left to go. We are going to have one member come and pick it up, I believe. No, they are going to leave that there. So they aren't going for the Diffuser plant. They know that this is going to have to be a team deathmatch style finish. Jock coming out to try to get the kill there onto Wilkie, and he does. That's a 3rd kill here for the Pulse, but he will be picked off by Shate. Boonsy tagging his own kill there onto Spoo, and now it's up to a 2-on-3. 15 seconds left to go. Shate's got to go for the push. They do not have Diffuser in hand. He's going to try to go for it, but there's not enough time. It's outside, and they've just realized that, which means it's going to be up to Boonsy to try to get this clutch. The C4 from underneath is going to destroy him, and now it's a 2-on-1. Shate will tag down to 1, but it all looks like it will be Kayoxi that gets his victory for his own team here with the Diffuser not being planted.
Shate saying, don't look, don't look. Unfortunate little bit of misplay there from Sisu leading the Diffuser outside. That was that run out from the Pulse, and when I said devastating, I guess I meant really devastating, because that Diffuser never got retrieved by the Sisu lineup, and because of that, we are now seeing unKnights with an unprecedented 3-1 lead over the fantastic team that is Sisu. We'll see if Sisu's able to make this comeback happen, or if unKnights is going to extend their lead here now as they go on to an attack of the basement.
We talked about it before, that if unKnights are to win, this map gives unKnights the most, we'll call it, favorable opportunities to win against Sisu.
Absolutely, and they are definitely capitalizing on each and every one that they get their opportunity, or that they get their hands on. We'll see if it's enough to bring this map all the way home. They are not on match point yet. Still 3-1. Still plenty of time for Sisu to make the comeback happen, especially considering now they are defending the basement, which is the particular bomb site that they were previously successful at defending. The one round that Sisu has won was on this particular floor. So, will Sisu be able to continue that trend and bring things back, or are they not going to get that C4 that they got last time? And are we going to see unKnights walk away with a 4-1 lead? unKnights situating themselves, looking like they're going to want to go ahead and press into the garage. They do have a Habana and a Thatcher and a Thermite, all of the things, ladies and gentlemen, to make this push happen. As well as plenty of pressure being exerted by the Sledge and the Glaz onto those main stairs.
Now we are going to see Boonsy here. He's waiting for someone to try to push in from the yellow stairs doorway outside, and he'll be able to just pop on up from the black car, or just shoot through the window and tag his target down. Cantor Raketti is going to be the one to collapse from the top. He gets droned out, but there's no one there to follow up on it just yet, so Cantor Raketti will escape with his life. Now Hicks might get picked off here. Wilkie heard him on his drone, pulls out the C4, goes for the toss, does not land it on the Kayoxi.
This would be a really great opportunity to run outside front door, but unfortunately he's not psychic. He doesn't know that. Spo will pick off Panari through the mirror window, but Spo himself has been extremely lit up He is one shot to anyone who manages to hit him. We'll see if... Oh, Hicks is going to open up that front door. Look at the pressure onto Wilkie here.
Now, Spo does have Diffuser with 1 health left to go in his health, but the fight right now is going to be between Wilkie, Cantor-Raketti, and Hicks. And Hicks will fall as Wilkie somehow magically evades a lot of bullets here to take off Hicks.
Right you are, and Cantor-Raketti now he has the freedom to roam around and be a little bit more aggressive as Jaeger, which he wants to be. The Bonesy will down the Thermite and kill him off with the gas grenade, like you said. Meanwhile, though, Voy is going to be progressing his way up into the garage wall, and you could see here, all 3 of the remaining attackers are situated outside garage, waiting for an opportunity.
Now, Kayoxi will have his feet tapped there by Shate all the way back from the open.
What an angle.
The office, yeah. You can barely see it, especially with the smoke, but it will allow them to get inside, try to get this diffuser down. However, the shots from the, I want to say the yellow stairs, will come off and pick off the glass. We also have Kayoxi, who just got taken down, but Jock will take out Shate. Boonty will also fall. There's only 1 man left alive. It's going to be Wilkie. Where is he? He's going to be here on the yellow stairs, so if he can pick up this diffuser, there's plenty of time still for Jock to get this down. He's going to move on over to A. And Wilkie working his way down the yellow stairs now realizes, hey, where's this plan coming down to? And unfortunately, oh, Wilkie might have just seen him. No, he goes low, he goes high, and Jock comes out on top. We're going to have unKnights secure this round 5, going up 4-1 against Sisu.
What a tremendous clutch from Jock there to, like you said, bring it to just an unprecedented scoreline against one of the best teams coming out of Europe time and time again. unKnights definitely proving that they were #1 out of Challenger League for a reason.
This is reminding me of the first matchup of Season 1 of this year between, Season 1 of this year between Continuum and Elevate, where Elevate was up 4-0, aka unKnights is up 4-0. Can Continuum come back? Can Sisu come back today?
Yeah, that would be very intriguing to see. If it were possible, anyone who's going to be able to do that is going to be Sisu. So, Sisu now going to be going on to the basement attack. unKnights be trying to defend against it. We'll see how that goes. On that last round, I mean, it really came down to, for the most part, it seemed like it was going Sisu's way, right? They established control over the top. They had full roaming options, and all the 3 remaining unKnight attackers were, well, outside. After the Thermite died to the gas canister, it was just a 3v3, no big man advantage, and all the defenders needed to do was look outside. However, Thatcher just kind of waltzed in, killed 3 people, and won the round. Not much else to say about that other than well played, Jock.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Attackers
Keeping an eye here on Kayoxi and Voy. We see Voy tossing out all 3 of his cameras. A very good Valkyrie camera placement. Most of the time, you won't necessarily see the attackers, especially for a downstairs bomb site, go all the way to the top part of the roof, especially on the west side towards facing garage. So as long as they can repel, and they won't necessarily see the Valkyrie camera. However, that Valkyrie camera could see the grappling hook, the rappel hook on the top of the roof there, letting them know if there's going to be someone repelled at all.
Right. Some aggressive play coming out from Hicks, not going to yield any results other than him being on 1 HP. He's going to get reset by his teammate. So 50 HP it is, but that's still not nearly as good as 100. The attackers, Sisu, just looking for opportunities to open up that garage. They are challenging right now onto a bandit who is juggling those batteries for the mirror window. He looks like he might have missed it. Yep, he did just barely miss it. The best, ooh, wow, as I say that, Jock is going to pick off Shate. That's the Habana off the board, an aggressive play from him.
Now it looks as though Voy will finally fall by Cantor-Raketti, a 4-on-4, and we still have Jock, who is just roaming around. He's been this unpredictable force for unKnights today.
He's styling on kids, man. He's doing fantastically well for his team right now, and it looks like he might actually pick off Cantor-Raketti in a second here. He's at least
decides to stand back on and get on his drone.
If he's doing nothing else, he's at least giving information to his team about the location of Cantor-Raketti, which is significant by itself.
And we do have Cantor-Raketti inside a piano. Jock still looking for some more kills. He's going to move in forward, hop on down off the banister, move in, look, goes for the pre-fire to Cantor-Raketti, lands a couple bullets into his shoulder. They're now going to re-engage inside of the bathroom hallway. Cantor-Raketti doesn't realize just yet how close he is. C4 is going to come on out. There it goes, and boom, we'll go Cantor Raketti from Jock with the C4 toss. Amazing job as he gets blinded by the newly added flashbangs onto Ash. A 2-on-4 now, 40 seconds left to go. You've got Wilkie trying to drone on out. He's going to be by Yellow Stairs as Boonsy working his way in towards Garage. Yeah, Boonsy's going to take a couple bullets from that SMG-11, but he's got to go against the Mira, and that is not going to fit well for a slow-moving Blackbeard. They are going to have to re-engage or possibly move on over. Wilkie will take a couple bullets to the shoulder. He's going to navigate to the left of the garage. You're going to have another jump out of the Yellow Stairs here momentarily by Jock. This is going to be him, again, being overly aggressive. He's just waiting to see is anyone over here, and he sees no one. So he's going to jump out here. We got 10 seconds left to go. Wilkie needs to make a push in, but the C4 kill from Spoo will finish off Wilkie, and Kayoxi finishes off Boonsy with that SMG-11 kill. We are now going to have an amazing feat by unKnights, 5-1 over Sisu.
An extremely good half at that. Taking that first map on Consulate. Now, of course, it was their particular map pick, so this is what they wanted to be playing on. However, that was dominant, I have to say.
That was definitely more out of unKnights than I was expecting, and not as much out of Sisu as I was expecting.
As I said before, I mean, I've heard some pretty spectacular things about unKnights coming out of the pro scene for Europe, so there's a little bit of high expectation for me for them, and I was, you know, I was looking to see maybe a third map coming out here, but based upon that performance, we might even see a 2-0. I mean, going on Cafe, however, we have to attribute a little bit to Sisu.
Yep. And as we do that, let's take a look at some of these highlights to see just some of the plays we've been witnessing here from unKnights. And like you had said, you heard some things about unKnights being able to deliver, and I am very happy that they have so far.
And these are some great highlights coming out from both of these two teams. A little bit of misplay there from the Blackbeard to allow Panari to pick off that player. Shate is going to hit his C4, and it would have been a Sisu victory this round, but unfortunately the Wilkie C4 was just a little bit off target. Didn't manage to deny the diffuser plant twice in a row. Some great runouts here, as you can see, coming out from Jock, as well as just good plays in general from him. Definitely a name to look forward to, or look to in leading into the future, as well as Shate with some great play, individual play on his part.
One of the things we showed the highlight of the slow-mo of the C4 kill from underneath, and then we still had a Valkyrie with C4 left alive. It was Valkyrie and Pulse, last two alive against 3 attackers. One of the things I think I would have liked to have seen to kind of change it up would Pulse, when we got into Piano, Pulse was the one that tried to hold the flank from Yellow Stairs, instead of using his heartbeat sensor to find out where the diffuser was going to get planted. Valkyrie had to throw that C4 blind. I would have rather had seen Valkyrie hold.
Well, they didn't. I don't think they flew it blind because they were detecting the players, I believe.
There was a Valcam in the projector room. I'm not sure if there was one in the corner office.
There may not have been. It was likely that there would have been, based upon the fact that they had 2 players playing downstairs with C4. I'm almost certain that they probably had a camera in both of the bomb sites. It's possible that maybe the one in the CEO office got shot, but anything, you know, who knows exactly? Only Sisu, and all the same, it didn't work out for them.
It did not. And so that means we are going on to map number 2 on Cafe. We're going to start off here with Sisu kicking it off on offense. Defense going to be in the hands of unKnights. And will they make the same kind of showing that we just saw here on Consulate? It's likely. It's possible. It might happen.
What's surprising to me here to start things off is that we are seeing a fireplace defense before an upstairs defense coming out from unKnights, and that is just uncharacteristic of the map in general, no matter what team you are. I think we saw it maybe a couple times before where a team prefers to go to this particular bomb site. However, it is still very uncommon. Well, the same looks like based upon that that reinforcement there coming from Mira, I'm guessing that we're going to be seeing maybe an inward-facing Mira window, and what I mean by that is she's going to be placing her mirror windows to try and hold the site from outside of the site rather than hold in library. Now that just might be me really hoping that that's what we see, because we've seen it a couple times before and it is really intriguing. But it's not often seen, or it's not often played that we have 0 players on site, everybody holding from library, downstairs, upstairs, what have you. And every time it comes into play, it is really awesome to see, just absolutely. We are seeing right now there are none on site from unKnights. However, there isn't an inward-facing mirror window as of this particular moment. There's one facing towards Red Hall, and I don't think she has placed here. I don't think Mira has placed her second one yet.
Has not, and here we have Jock might go for an aggressive peek here. Sees Shate.
Ooh, opportunity is
Decides-
gone at this point.
Decides I'm just gonna keep my cool for now. Wilkie also gonna be going up and rappelling to the rooftop.
Interesting decision to go ahead and keep your cool there in that sort of situation. I don't know about you, but I totally would have vaulted out and went for at least one of those. You got them all prepped and ready to go. Me as well, right? But it is what it is now. Jock has been playing fantastically today, so it's likely he's simply waiting for the best possible opportunity that Sisu will afford him, rather than to try and grasp at straws.
Jock, like we said, is still going to be using that heartbeat sensor by the cocktail lounge. We are going to have Shate drop into the cigar. Now he's going to run on forward. He's got his right side cleared out. He's going to move on over to the left. Kayachi is going to hear this. He's going to go for the push himself. Goes for the early kill, and we'll tag him down. Shate gets also a Claymore kill into Jock. That's going to be, unfortunately, Pulse. I think he jumped on out of the window. Finally met his fate. However, Wilkie did fall, so he will be down for the count. That's the Capital on the attack side for Sisu, not being able to make a huge impact just yet.
I guess jumping out the window was probably the wrong idea, and now we are looking at a 3 versus 4 in the favor of Sisu. Looking pretty strong to start things off here on Cafe. However, it's still anyone's round.
A bomb has been located.
Thing to note, looks like Voy will take out Panari. And there is Kantaraketi getting the trade. Now it is a 2-on-2 with Hicks, whipping out that SMG-11 from the corner, the main corridor. Reloading. We have Kantaraketi and Boonsy up against Hicks and Spoo. Now the thing about the way these guys have this matchup, or the way they have the bomb site secured, is that you can't be very effective from the top floor. You have to come down the stairs. And it looks as though Spo will fall to Kantaraketi. Boonsy working his way down the yellow stairs, or the white stairs. That's Kantaraketi coming on through the red carpet. He's got Hicks narrowed down. Flashbang's going to go in. Hicks could be blinded here. He is. He's got to turn away. Hopefully not have Kantaraketi rush into him. Boonsy's going on over to Fireplace. He's going to get that diffuser locked down and planted as we have Hicks still tucked away inside of the mining room. Now he's going to give away his position. The pre-fire coming out heavy here from Kantaraketi. Boonsy will get that plant down. Another flashbang. Hicks will be fully blind. That's going to be Kantaraketi. Hopefully moving in here momentarily. No, he's going to play it more passively, more conservatively than we've typically seen Kantaraketi play. And Hicks now just trying to dance, do a little boogie as he comes on out of the mining room.
Looking for an opportunity.
Not looking like he's going to win this one.
Yeah, he's looking for an opportunity. One of the remaining 2 attackers to present himself for defeat, and it's just not going to happen as Kantaraketi finishes off Hicks through the murder hole. A good attack there coming out from Sisu. Very typical, just take from the top. Move your way down, start to progress your way into the bomb site, and they did just that. They got that fuse plant, and it was round over, c'est la vie. And now, we are moving on to round number 2. Sisu going to opt to do the very much more common and predictable defense spot in that bar cocktail lounge. unKnights going to have to attack into it. They have brought a Hibana. I'm curious to see, are they bringing Thermite as well? They do have a Thermite as well. Hibana, Thatcher, Thermite, the trio have arrived, and they are going to be what is going to allow unKnights to open up not only the red, but also, if they choose to, Freezer.
And there is nothing stopping that. There are no bandits. There are no mutes.
Really?
There is, on the defensive squad, only impact grenades.
Yeah, look at that. Somewhat of a surprise coming out from Sisu there with the lack of disruption. Might play against them. However, when you're talking about opening up that freezer wall, you do tend to need to be able to progress past the Mira before you actually pressure the Mira. However, again, in the case that there is no battery or mute charge to stop the Habanas from opening the mirrors up, I don't think that's really going to play into this round. 11 melees coming out onto this particular castle barricade to give Shate the options moving forward, in case he needs to maneuver or try to deny a cigar door push. This Blackbeard coming into play is going to be a lot of pressure that will come onto whatever window he chooses to rappel onto.
Now, looking over here at unKnights, again, one of the typical things that we see here from an attacking squad is going to be push into red stairs, push into cigar, try to take over that top floor bar area, or at least work your way in to get the plant down. It doesn't look like we're going to see anything special coming out of unKnights for that particular meta. We're just going to see this happen. It looks as though Spo will be able to get this wall opened up into the piano room with the help there of Sledge.
That's a lot of control starting to be opened up one piece at a time by unKnights. But they still have plenty of time to make this round happen, make this push happen. The opportunities are not dwindling quite yet. However, again, I say it, these Hibana charges need to be saved for the mirror windows. Otherwise, unKnights is going to have a lot of trouble making the push into the site itself. And they will actually get the mirror window open in momentarily, and Shate will be forced to fall all the way back into deep freezer.
I don't even know if that's a vaultable hold though, so that could just be
beside the point, really. I mean, as long as you have it open, right? You have a line of sight into the front freezer, then you nullify it, and that's all that's really important.
Shate is going to be blinded out there by the flashbang coming out of the hands of Kaoxy, but it looks like Panari gets finished off by Jock there. Another AR-33 kill here from the wonderful. Let's see here. So we have Shate with C4 kill there on the Jock. Kaoxy, though, will finally finish off Shate as he pokes his head around from that freezer. And that's Mira going down. Now Kanjiraketti going to try to re-engage Hicks at the top of the white stairs. Wilkie by the drywall. He's also going to be able to make a push to the side if he needs to, but Kanjiraketti's still going to say, let's engage this for the moment. Now Hicks is going to make a rush for it. He spots Kanjiraketti, but Kanjiraketti will take him down with that 416. A 3-on-2 now with Spo finishing off Boonsy. We do see the Blackbeard shield getting broken off there, and we have Thermite being injured off. Kanjiraketti's going to be the last one alive as Wilkie has fallen, as well as Spo. So it's a Void and Kaoxy. Last two alive. Looks like Wilkie might get picked back up here to make it a 2-on-2. So will Spo. No, he won't. It's going to be Spo still injured, as well as Kaoxy getting finished off, but the diffuser has been down. Void tags one. He's turning on over. He doesn't see the castle to his left side. Wilkie's going to peek on up, but he gets his head taken off, and Void comes on strong to win the round here for unKnights.
What a shot from Void to finalize that round for his team. unKnights looking, again, very strong, even on Sisu's map here. Now, it's a 1-1, mind you. So Sisu have a round on the board. However, it does look like unKnights are very capable of bringing out rounds on this particular map, regardless of how well versed Sisu is here. That attack, very typical. Take top of red, progress your way into piano, open up freezer, deny freezer, push in through cigar door, get plant, and it worked well for unKnights. Now unKnights is going to be going onto the defense. They're going to go upstairs, going up against Sisu's attack. They have brought a Capita to the board. An interesting operator selection on this particular bomb site. And, you know, it's going to be really intriguing to see where and how they choose to use those firebolts. Because the thing about Capitao is 9 times out of 10, when he gets brought to the field, it's for a very specific reason. And I want to know what that reason is. So this is unKnights' first time defending this particular bomb site. They started things out on a first floor defense, and they were successful. Now, coming upstairs, we'll see if they're able to make this as their secondary, technically their secondary bomb site, work, or if it's going to give Sisu the advantage that they need to start extending their lead. Well, extending their lead, gaining their lead.
Now, I'm not sure unKnights won their defense downstairs because they just won the attack. So here we have...
Oh, excuse me, yeah, excuse me.
They chose to
Lapse
go upstairs
of judgment
this time.
there. Kanjiraketti going to start to establish lines of sight through this drone hole. That's going to cut off a lot of rotation, and it will pick off Jock early on into this round. That's a really nice angle that you see used quite a lot. Surprised Jock wasn't ready for that. But, you know, it is one of those things that kind of catches you off guard.
Well, see, that's the thing. He wasn't Pulse this time. He was playing the ump with Castle. He wasn't able to see it. But now, nonetheless, they do take off one of the impact players there for unKnights very early on in the round. Looks like Shate will see the camera, the Valkyrie cam on the top, and that will get destroyed.
Interestingly here, unKnights, they have not put up their second Mira as of... Oh, no, they have. They put up their second Mira on the east side of the freezer. Now, what that means is because those two Miras are put up in both sides of the freezer, if any of the attackers manage to find their way inside of freezer, the round is effectively lost for unKnights, as full control over the site will have been forfeited to that particular attacker. Again, Miras are the same way every way. Voy going to pick off Panari, now bringing it back into a 4-on-4. Kantaraketi is looking to hunt down Voy, finish off the job that his teammate started, as Voy is on 1 HP right now.
Now, if Kantaraketi is not quiet here, he will walk directly into a crossfire between Voy and Kaoxi. And Kaoxi is going to be there, but the flick from Kantaraketi, he's going to get the double kill there on Kaoxi and Voy. A tremendous play there. Now, fortunately for him, Voy was already drastically hurt, but still the flick instantly in the crossfire. It's only a thing that an Ash Jaeger main could do. Right there, Spo will fall to Wilkie, and it's Hicks going to be the last man alive. He's on the second floor, bomb site's upstairs. We're going to have Sisu win this round.
Yeah, Hicks going to look for the line of sight onto Kantaraketi, is going to find it, but miss the shot. Now a pseudo 1-on-1, but Hicks is going to go ahead and run away from that. Look for something else. He's like, no, I don't want to mess with Kantaraketi. Not face to face. No, I'll go somewhere else. I'll handle something. But Bonesy is going to find him. The shield will save Bonesy as he finishes off Hicks. So yeah, that was a fantastic play there from Kantaraketi. It was actually looking like it was going to go in the favor of unKnights there towards the end. Because the roam game was left to stay alive downstairs, Kantaraketi was, like you said, entering into a crossfire, but he managed to get that nice flick, the double headshot. Well, not the headshot, but the double kill there. All the same for Kantaraketi. I had the distinct pleasure, I'm going to say pleasure, of playing against Kantaraketi earlier today, and he was absolutely on fire. So he's one of the players to be looking forward to in this particular matchup. Keep an eye out for him. Bar Cocktail Lounge now going to be defended by Sisu. That's the upstairs bomb site. And they are now finally in the lead on their map. Going into the upstairs defense, they are going to want to so ahead and... I told you, player to be looking at, player to be keeping track of, Kantaraketi. He is having a good day today. He's an on and off kind of player, and today he is on. So, moving forward from that though, upstairs defense from Sisu. They are going to be, now this is interesting, something that Sisu does that not a lot of other teams do, is they double reinforce that wall in the bathroom to allow their Mira window player a little bit more freedom, not to have to worry about anyone coming from their south side. And you know, an extra angle to hold is always kind of like a headache in that situation. Let's say we'll see if it works out for Sisu moving forward. Some aggressive peeking
there. Jock almost going down again. Kantaraketi downed him, but he's not going to get over aggressive. He did his work. He downed Jock to about 50 health when he gets pegged back up. So wonderful job there
from Kanto. Kanto doing what Kanto do, and he doing it spectacularly. He is having a fantastic match right now, like we were talking about earlier, and he just keeps pushing out, getting on these aggressive angles that you really just don't expect to be seeing ever. And unKnights, rightfully so, are not expecting to see them.
Now a shotgun comes out from Boonsy, will take Void down to half health.
So, while there are no players dead on the unKnights roster right this particular second, they are two very, very lit up. Oh, Kanto gets flicked on!
From Hicks! Look at that, Kantaraketi had the line of sight. He knew it was up there, was going for it, but he just did not get the kill.
So Hicks saying, hey, Kanto, if you can do it, I can do it too. And that was a fantastic shot from Hicks to eliminate the baller of the Sisu lineup right this particular second. Spo, meanwhile, is going to pick off Bouncy with that nade.
Now Shate is going to be coughing a little bit after inhaling that toxic gas, but he's going to move back behind the site. Out of sight, out of mind at the moment.
Spo is also going to pick off Panari. Ooh! And meanwhile, Shate is going to trade things back onto Kaoxi. A 2 versus 4 right now, and Sisu is trying to bring things back. However, after they lost Kantaraketi, a lot of the bite just disappeared. The anchors started to fall one by one, and unKnights seem to have grasped their bearings here and know what they're getting themselves into. Two players repelling on this east window right now, trying to pressure onto the last remaining defender as Wilkie gets picked off in the library. Shate's got a lot of work cut out for him here.
Now here comes a nade, and that will go bye-bye. Jock says, you may have downed me, but you should have finished me. And he comes back getting the round-ending kill here for unKnights, tying it back up 2-2.
It's unfortunate that Kanto Raketti did not finish off Jock, as it might have been a different round entirely. I think he got two kills with those nades, one earlier than the last one to finish it off. But all the same, it is what it is, and now 2-2, like you said. Sisu going to be looking to bring things back into their favor here as they go onto a bar cocktail lounge attack. unKnights, meanwhile, looking to, well, I mean, it's just a back and forth match. Let's be honest about that. It's a back and forth match. unKnights is showing some fantastic play. Kanto Raketti very specifically, and Shate, trying to back him up, is showing some fantastic play on their preferred map here. We'll see what it is that is going to be shining through in this particular match. I mean, here's the thing. Kanto Raketti is really dominating right now, and everyone else on his team is seeming to struggle just a little bit. I mean, we're only 4 rounds in, so there's only so many kills to go around. However, at the same time, if the thing about one particular player stepping up is once that player's dead, then it becomes a little bit more difficult for the team who is relying on these frags coming out from Kanto Raketti to win the rounds.
I was just about to mention that with unKnights coming out with a very even
Right.
set of kills, a 4-3-3-3-1, I believe, and that to me shows that they're a very synergetic team that can trade off one another and are able to then collapse and get their victories together.
Right, and that's exactly what you would typically want to have on your team, is just a bunch of guys who are equally skilled, who have a lot of, like you said, synergy, and just believe in each other enough to get the refrag. Whereas in this instance, I mean, frags aren't totally representative of what exactly is happening, though. Let's be honest. There's obviously a lot of support coming out for Kanto Raketti. Allow him to make that happen. However, all that aside, now we are moving into round number 5, and Sisu on this attack are just trying to look to establish some amount of control over the road game.
Voy is getting a little bit quicker. He's going to be here right on the corridor
This
on the
is
side.
dangerous. He's exposed.
Who's going to be the first one to peek? Panari's either going to have to rotate up, or he's going to expose himself here by Voy. And it looks like Panari comes out on top after Voy being droned out. Instead of running away and regathering himself, is going to try to challenge that and unfortunately not come out on top.
Voy going for that risky positioning. Maybe not the best play in the book right this particular second. You're not in the lead. You're 2-2 right now. But all the same, it could have paid off dividends. It will be now the case that Sisu is in a 5 versus 3. Make that a 5 versus 2 as Hicks peeks out aggressively onto Kanto Raketti. And that's the opposite, the exact opposite of what we saw on Hicks versus Kanto Raketti last time. Roles reversal.
Yep, so now we have Spo and Kaoxi, last 2 alive. Spo looked like he took a little bit of damage top floor. However, he does have control, or did have control until he backed on out. Going up against 4 members, Spo's going to take down 1. That's Panari. Kaoxi's going to try to trade 1 as well. A 3-on-2 now. Still lots of time left to go. Bootsy, he's actually been hurt drastically, however, as we have Kaoxi jumping out the window. We will find Shotzi's Claymore finishing him off.
If Spo had traded back that jump out, if he had followed up his teammate, he would have gotten an easy double kill and brought it into a 1 versus 1, but he didn't know that. He's not a psychic. And now it will be a very tricky 1 versus 3 retake situation with the diffuser planted, and there is a Shate playing on the skylight. It would be one of the greatest clutches in Pro League history if Spo were able to bring this back.
Now he's going to try to quick peek this. He spots the Blackbeard, but doesn't get it. And Bootsy comes out on top. Sisu winning round 5.
Well played to Sisu indeed to win that round 5. Now, unKnights going to be brought back onto the defense. And, you know, what we've been seeing throughout this entire map, let's just analyze for a second, all of these rounds, really, is some very aggressive peeking out from the defensive teams, both of them. And in the rounds where the defensive teams do not peek aggressively, more often than not, you see they tend to lose. And also, if the aggressive peaks are unsuccessful, or if they don't yield any results, or if just straight up the guy who's peeking dies, it's the same story. So it seems like a lot of it's hinging on, for the defensive teams, on getting those early picks on the board. And if they don't happen, it can be detrimental. Now, Sisu, the team who are on the defense, going to have to go for, again, those aggressive plays, start to try and bring things into their team's favor early on. Otherwise, it could be tricky to win this defense round. They are in the lead right now. We are seeing unKnights bringing a very predictable lineup to the board here. Full breachability, Thatcher for the combo, Blackbeard for the winning of the engagements, and the Sledge for the nades, as well as opening up that floor. Surprised we're not seeing any fuse coming out from either of these teams so far on the train room attacks, but hey, it is what it is. He only finds use in certain team strategies. Also, both of these teams have been playing very much less aggressively, not super aggressive on the bomb site. They're pretty much playing a harder roamer game, not entirely though. We have seen all 5 players on the defensive team on this particular bomb site played off-site.
Yep.
And that's not what, I don't think that's what we're seeing come through right now. We did see, yeah, it's Chate and Boonsey who will be playing on the site itself.
I think the only other team that I remember playing a full 5-man off-site, I want to say was playing Ducks.
I think it was playing Ducks, yeah.
Typically, we'll see a 3 off-site or a 2 or a 4 off-site, but not many do we see successful 5 off-sites.
Well, playing Ducks did do 5 off-site, but it was not successful. I think they did lose that that cafe match that they were playing, that 5 off-site strategy.
Gotcha, and nor was unKnights this time. So
Yeah.
therefore, the 5-man off-site still could use a little bit of refining. However, we are going to see Kaoxi work his way here from the top of red in through the thermited wall into the piano room. Now he's going to try just wiggling back and forth, trying to bait out some potential engagements coming out from the back white hallway.
And we'll see how exactly hard Sisu chooses to try and hold this, because more often than not, you'll see the defenders, the roamers on this up top stairs, just fall back given the first opportunity as soon as they see or get challenged by one of the attackers. Oh, the C4 from Shatsei, though, coming up from the drop down all the way upstairs. Will pick off 2 players. Meanwhile, however, there are some trade backs happening here. Spo's going to pick off Benari.
Oh, there's double kill there
as
from
well as
Spo.
Wilkie.
That is going to be the double trade back as Cantor Akedi comes up and finishes off Spo. However, Cantor Akedi is going to try to get his own double kill, and Jock is going to be, you might just want to back on up. He goes back to the white stairs as Voy needs to move in forward from the bathroom.
This is a very back and forth round, ladies and gentlemen. That C4 starting things off very strong for Sisu, but the trade backs did happen in the favor of unKnights. The fact that there was a 3rd roamer in that Cantor Akedi on that on the white stairs ready to keep the trade backs happening for Sisu is the only reason right now that we do not have an even man count.
Now we do have Cantor Akedi, who was last seen on top of white stairs, moved all the way down to the bottom of red. This is some of the rotation ability that you're going to see on this map, and with 30 seconds left to go, it could be the deciding factor, because he's going to be able to get behind Voy and Jock as they are moving towards those red stairs. Voy's going to hop on over the balcony here and possibly move in towards 2nd floor red carpet. Gas Grenade's going to stop the halt as Cantor Akedi now moving forward. He could look on through the holes in the wall, but it looks like Voy going to be the last man alive as the Vector takes out Jock. He's going to bash open the wall, tries to go for the shot onto Boonsey, and he tags 1. Moving on forward, he's going to see the shot onto Shate. Goes for that one, but misses his target. 3 seconds left to go, and he does not get it. The shotgun secondary comes out from Shate to finish off Voy. We are going to see Sisu lead now 4-2 here on Cafe.
So the scoreline is as we predicted on Cafe, definitely favoring the Sisu lineup. unKnights putting their best foot forward here. As you can see, they have a lot of fantastic rounds. However, these really well-placed C4s, as well as just overall great map knowledge coming out from Sisu, is allowing them to maintain that lead now for the first time in this map. So, unKnights put in the prickly situation here. They need to defend the top floor against a fearsome Sisu attack. And again, if unKnights do lose this map, we will be seeing a 3rd one, so no big deal, as they were successful in the first. However, if Sisu managed to lock it out, if unKnights managed to lock it out, we will be seeing a 2-0 against Sisu, and that is just not something we expected. So
not something we expected, but again, it just means that these teams coming up from the Challenger League have proven themselves, that the Challenger League is developing solid teams and solid players.
Right. No surprises coming out from the operator lineups, and honestly, in the current state of the meta right now, you can't really say there would be a surprise. I'd say the most surprising operator you could see is like a T'Chaka or a Blitz, but you do not see those often played. So there is a IQ, so I guess that's kind of a little bit of an abnormality on Cafe, suppose. However, I think they are just bringing that into the case of the Valkyrie cams maybe on the roof or outside, just in case they don't want to risk it. Give any of that information unnecessarily to unKnights. GiFu spawning primarily on the south side of the building, going to start progressing their way to the building itself. Looks like they might just want to get up onto that roof. This is what they've been doing a couple times before.
I was going to say, Wilkie has to be careful because he's holding onto the
Yeah.
diffuser and he's all by himself, but I think he got up onto that east terrace. And there he is. He's going to be there with Shate.
Ooh, I like that. Getting rid of one of the most important default cams early on. And also, usually that camera stays alive a little bit longer than every other one, and it has so much information to give for the defensive squad. So that could almost be the sole reason they bring it an IQ. However, they could do that equally as easily with the Thatcher on the roof.
Just a little prep, too, just to pre-fire through that door.
Yep.
Now, Wilkie is going to be calling out where to throw these EMPs. He's spotting out where the ADSs are, where the possible bandit batteries are. He's actually trying to find the pulse as well, potentially. Looking for the Valkyrie cameras. He says, okay, here's an ADS, here's an ADS, here's a Valkyrie cam. And he's saying, okay, Thatcher, this is where you want to toss those EMPs. That is some coordination that we haven't necessarily seen before.
Yeah, no, it is definitely not so prevalent in the Pro League, but I think that could be easily attributed to the fact that IQ is not super prevalent in the Pro League. She's played, but she's not the most played. All the same, 1 minute, 27 seconds. That's less than half of the round left to go here. And GiFu has not really established the beachhead that they need to establish in order to make this push happen. They haven't even, in fact, pushed into the red stairway yet. They've only situated themselves above the drop down. Hicks is looking for the opportunity. Will be. Oh, wow!
He gets the tag there down onto Kanto Raketti. He is injured and then finished off by Panari, but what a kill!
Every time I think Hicks is going to kill Kanto, Kanto kills Hicks. And every time I think the opposite is going to happen, the opposite happens. I mean, it's just vice versa. It's opposite day with these two players.
Now, Kanto Raketti, Kayoxi has snuck himself inside of this humidor. And he will get the shot onto Panari, or he's at least going to try. He grabs one, but misses his second one, and Wilkie will come out on top for the trade. A 3-on-3, 35 seconds left to go. You're going to have Boonty top side, but he will take down Spo on the trade on Wilkie. Now, diffuser in the hands of Shate. Boonty has dropped. Shate's going to go for the plant here, but the C4 kill could come out from Jock. They're looking for him. He cannot see him. He sees him now, and the C4 kill is flying. We're going to have a double kill to the end of the round, and they're both going to go. Jock securing round 7, leaving unKnights still in it. 4-3 now.
unKnights saying, no, we are not going to let you lock out this map. We are bringing it to overtime. It's not quite there yet, but they only need one more round to get us into that overtime situation here on Cafe. Cafe, gosh, this is GiFu's map, ladies and gentlemen. This is the map that maybe not their best map overall, but one of their top 3 easily. And especially if you look back at their history and going up against GiFu on this map and doing so very well, unKnights is proving a deadly force, to say the least. And now they're going to be going on to attack of the Bar Cocktail Lounge. So that last round, let's talk about that real quick. Very basic attack strategy starting out from GiFu. Okay, they situated themselves on the roof. They started opening up. I like what they were doing with the IQ and the Thatcher. That was very creative. But they took a whole lot of time to progress their way down into red. As soon as they did, though, they were very explosive, pushing their way into Cigar before they started getting traded back and forth and back and forth and back and forth with the unKnights players. In the end, it just came down to a lack of time, forcing the last 2 GiFu players to plant super close together in a very, not necessarily perfect position. And then that C4 underneath, because GiFu did not clear out the roamers because they were too busy doing other things, caused the end of the round.
You know who Jock makes me feel like he's playing the Pulse back when he was fully buffed and had like a 15-20 foot radius with that heartbeat sensor. He just seems to know where everything is, and he is perfect with it.
So Pulse has had a lot of different changes throughout his existence. It used to be that his heartbeat sensor was much slower, and it detected the heartbeats, and the heartbeats stood still whether or not the person's standing still. So like the wave would detect them and then go away.
It'd be like a sonar.
Right, like a sonar. And then they changed it so that it was active, so it was like actual, you could see through walls basically. And the problem is like when they initially made that change, like you said, the range was ridiculous. So as a Pulse, you could see the entire attacking team 9 times out of 10 if you just position yourself right.
That's what he makes me feel like. That's who he's playing.
Right.
He just knows exactly where to be at all given times, and he's making a fantastic push for being the Pulse main that he seems to be.
Right. These grenades going to be coming out from Jahuk are actually going to be taken out by the Jaeger device. Unfortunately for him, there is a Capital on the board here from unKnights. And by the way, this attack strategy, we've seen it once before, and we're seeing it here yet again.
Oh,
Whoa, the one tag from Spo.
Hello?
Straight on to Bunsi. That was probably a spectator
I'm
error
gonna
there.
say that was a spectator error.
Yeah,
we
it's
saw that
gotta
bullet
be.
go through the
Yeah, that's got to be a
cement.
spectator error.
What a shot there from Spo, though.
What a fantastic, yeah, that was a fantastic shot. He must have seen the static head, been like, all right, this is it. Oh, and the trade back, though, from Panari. Meanwhile, Hicks has picked off Kanto Raketti. That's Kanto Raketti off the board. That's really good for unKnights. They are in a man advantage situation here, but more importantly, the top frag for Sisu isn't playing.
Now, we do have a stalemate here between Panari and Hicks. They're both waiting. They both know each other's here. Flashbangs might come out, but no, Panari and Hicks are going to go back and forth. Wallbangs are going to happen. It looks like Kanto Raketti. Well, I'm sorry, that's not Kanto Raketti. That's Panari will go down for the count by Hicks. And the other two also finished off. unKnights managed to take this back into overtime. We're now just 3 rounds, potentially 2 to 3 rounds away from having unKnights get a 2-0 victory over Sisu.
I love the way that unKnights is addressing Sisu's defense on this particular map. You can see what they're doing there. They're going to the opposite end of the map that you almost always see attackers come from on a bar defense, which is, what do they do on a bar defense? Ladies and gentlemen, say it with me, please. Open red hatch, take control of red stairs. Open red wall to piano, progress in through cigar, plant in the bar. We are seeing unKnights do the exact opposite. Come from the other end of the map, rappel onto the windows adjacent. By the way, Fuse, take a look at that. That is something interesting to see coming out for unKnights, as they did get attack on the first round here. They read into Sisu defending the middle floor and brought the Fuse. That is, how did they know they were going to go middle floor? That's crazy.
I'll be honest, when I saw, because I was looking at where defenders were going to choose the site, and I wasn't looking at what team was defending. I saw we were going Fireplace and Mining Room. I was thinking, oh, well, unKnights is on defense.
Right.
But no, it's Sisu.
This is almost certainly Sisu attempting to mix up the operator selection coming out from unKnights, but unKnights read into that? They read into an intentional trip up. That is very good game sense there from unKnights. Well played to them. But anyway, I digress. I was talking about their attack strategy on the top floor. Repelling those east windows, apply so much pressure, establish so many lines of sight that there are not enough places for Sisu to rotate and move around, and they just pick off the Sisu players one by one, as well as establishing control over library room downstairs. That means the roam game for Sisu is effectively nullified, and we've seen that used many times before. The Ashe will come into library for multiple different teams and nullify the roam game by herself. And it's just a really good combination coming out from unKnights here to be put to such great use. And now, overtime against Sisu on Cafe.
Now, the one benefit that Sisu will have going for them is that they did not bring a castle this time. So therefore, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Fuse to actually change up what he's intended to do. His intention is going to be to get piano 4, obviously.
Yeah, he's just going to fuse those piano 4s and probably clear out some barbed wire, maybe get a kill or two. Usually, pro players are pretty good at dodging the fuse charges given the opportunity, especially given the fact that there are only there's only one 3-speed, or sorry, 3 armor rather, on the Sisu lineup, which means it's only one person who's likely to not be able to dodge.
Now, Spo and I believe that is going to be Kanto Raketti are going to get in a little engagement here. Kanto Raketti go for the pre-fire.
Oh, no.
Now, it looks as though Spo may have almost gotten the shots down onto him. They're both going to walk away limping as we have Kaoxi trying to work his way into the bar. But we also are going to have Jock. He moves on forward, but sees Panari and misses the target. More wallbangs going to happen into the freezer. Looks as though Kaoxi will not get the shots down. He will not be tagged either. So he's now stuck inside of the freezer waiting for Panari and Kanto Raketti to go. Oh, he sees it right there. Goes for the wallbang through the little bullet holes that they made themselves. What a shot by Kaoxi. That's going to leave Kanto Raketti squirming like a worm up here inside of the cocktail lounge with about 3 health to go. And there are just numerous attackers collapsing onto him. We got Kaoxi with that SMG-11 flicking around but misses the target. Kanto Raketti coming out on top as Wilkie will take down Spo. And we got Voy and Hick. Last man alive, and Kanto Raketti will be injured. No one's up there to help him. However, we'd still have 3 more attackers, or 3 more defenders left alive below in 50 seconds. They don't know that they have injured Kanto Raketti.
They can't know that they've injured Kanto Raketti, and because of that, it's going to waste a lot of time. He will be finished off momentarily here, though. And as soon as that happens, now the remaining 2 attackers are going to look towards their options to try and pick apart the remaining 3 defenders from Sisu on the site. They do have the fuse cluster charges, which is going to give them a lot of opportunities here.
Now, that is the second cluster charge about to go down. Fuse has one left, and what I would expect that to do is go inside of the mining room right by Shate, because they know that he's fighting him. That's going to be the call out. Boonty will take down Hicks, and we have Void now falling, but Boonty will take him out as well. We're going to have Sisu securing round number 1 of overtime. It's still anyone's game, but only 1 round away for Sisu to take it home.
Very well played, the Sisu, all the same, holding their ground on their upstairs hold. That sounds funny. Holding their ground on their upstairs hold. But that's what they did. They didn't default back into the site, which is what we see happen every single time almost from different teams. And usually when a defensive team is holding upstairs on Cafe as a defending squad, when they're defending the middle floor, they die and then put their team at a severe disadvantage. In this instance, Sisu made it work. And honestly, it's surprising. It's also impressive. And because of that, we are now seeing Sisu overtime match point. unKnights, on the other hand, thrust onto defense, now going to have to go ahead and win this round in order to bring it back. Now, the thing is, if unKnights win this particular round, if they win this defense, they're going to have to attack Sisu's upstairs defense, which is probably going to be a little bit of a challenge similar to what we were seeing on the train defense. I mean, it's going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky, even if they manage to bring it back here.
Now, if we take a look back at the scoreboard again, we saw all of Orange Team, all of unKnights, again, within 1 kill of each other, except for Spo that just kind of went away with 2. But this is what we were talking about before, with being able to collect on trades and make sure that you're in positions to help your team out the best that you can. And that's what unKnights has shown they can do time and time again.
Yeah, they do really push as a unit, very cohesive at that. They had a little bit of a lapse on that exact regard on the previous round that they just lost. However, I'm sure they'll recover just fine moving forward. Some very aggressive play coming out from Jock here is going to just barely not spot out Wilkie, rappelling up onto that east balcony. He's just very patiently looking for opportunities here for maybe a possible run out C4, anything he can tell his team. The Pulse is very good at giving out that information.
Now Panari's gotten up on top of the roof, opens up the drop hatch. Shot is also going to be over there with them. However, we do have Boonty and Wilkie on the east windows, or at least on the east terrace. Possibly going to rappel up to the windows here.
And this does look like a little bit of an adaptation on Sisu's part here, applying so much pressure to the east windows that we were seeing just this happen, but it was unKnights previously who was making it be so. So Boonty playing on the east windows with that Blackbeard is going to be applying that same amount of pressure, which is going to deny a lot of rotation, a lot of momentum for the defensive team. See, as you can see Spo right now he's forced to play in the white hallway rather than in A because of that Blackbeard.
Now, due to the stone wall that you see Boonty just on the right side, he's not able to actually get a shot down into Freezer. Oh, he's going to crouch around. Boonty's looking right at him. Unfortunately, Spo must have not heard Boonty rotating around and moving.
Yeah, some good patience there from Boonty and some good fulfilling of his role to bring it now into a two-man advantage.
3-man advantage and a 5-on-2 now with Panari and Kantaraketi both getting Voy and Jock down. You've got someone said Chapstick there. You've got Hicks and Koxi, last 2 alive. That's Jaeger and Smoke. However, Jaeger has taken quite a bit of damage. You've got Panari coming up the back stairs. Hicks inside of the piano room. He's going to run into Panari here momentarily as it goes for the peek. That's going to be a call out, and the SMG-11 just will not do the damage it needs to, but the gas grenades might. Diffuser has been planted. Koxi coming up the stairs of red. However, the nade gets tossed from Panari, and down will go Hicks. Last man alive is going to be Koxi. He's made his way into the bar. He's looking for the shot done to Wilkie, but the upside-down rappel will be more than enough to take him out. We will have Sisu winning map number 2. We're now about to head over to Cholet.
If ever there was a series to see 3 maps on, this was the series, and it was a hard-fought one, as very well displayed by the game there, for Sisu at that, as unKnights definitely showing up to that match.
Each and every one of them have been on their game the entire evening. You can see that 6-8, 6-6, 6. Like, you almost can't get much more spread out and even than that.
Yeah, no, it is very well played to unKnights to have that team coordination, team synergy, and all that fun stuff. I also especially like the way that they were choosing to handle Cafe. We have some of the highlights for the map, but just their attack strategy on the upstairs alone was somewhat, it's not new, let's not say that, but it was definitely different than what we're used to seeing. It's been a long time since we had people pressure the east side. Most teams, again, they opt to just simply go in through that cigar. I think having a Blackbeard on these east windows is going to be a little bit more of a meta going into the future.
Now there's that C4 toss, just missed the side of Blackbeard, but ultimately this going to the 10th round and Sisu not necessarily able to sweep this, I think, as we'll call it as directly as some were expecting. I think is leading unKnights to have a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence in their gameplay today.
Yeah, I think going into the next match, they are going to have a good chance of winning it. I mean, it's anyone's map. Who knows exactly what team is going to come out on top? Both of them have been playing on the same exact level, on the same exact frequency for the entire night.
That shot, just a tremendous kill there.
One taps are so satisfying. Don't you agree?
I totally agree. Now, this is also a fabulous kill and something that some people don't take advantage of. When you see bullet holes such as that, you can easily just try to get a line of sight that allows put a light background on that. Once you see the light background, you wait for that to get dark, get shaded, and that's when you know there's a target there.
Absolutely. It is a fantastic method to getting kills when you know someone's on the other side of a wall, or if you're just unsure. All the same, both of these two teams are getting ready to jump into our next map, which I believe is Chalet, if I'm correct.
Chalet is our third and final map between this best-of-3 series. Now, earlier on today, we did witness our first European series of tonight, which was between gBots and Millenium. Millenium came out on top 2-0 for that, but we are here for the final map on Chalet between Sisu and unKnights. So let's take a look at their operators as they are inside of the game, ready to go right now. Now, this being the third and final game, we had unKnights win the first one. Sisu struggle to win the second one.
But they did, narrowly.
They narrowly won it.
In the overtime, they were dominant, at least.
Yes. Now, here it is, final game on Chalet. And we're basically going to be seeing Sisu on attack and downstairs in the Wine Center Snowmobile from unKnights.
Yeah, and Chalet is a great map to be bringing to our be playing on our third map. I think it's definitely a really well balanced one. It also plays very heavily into that roam game, and I think honestly, if I just based upon the roam game alone, if I have to give the edge the slightest of edges, just barely advantage here, I would give it to Sisu. And the reason for that is because, have you seen Cantor on his roam game today? Have you seen him? Because...
All right, I see your Cantor and I raise you a Jock.
I mean, Jacques has been doing fantastic, but he's not the guy who's been killing Cantor now, is he? That's Hick. Hick's the guy who's been killing Cantor. And that's the important thing. No, but what I'm saying here is I can't really, there's no way to wholeheartedly predict this particular map between these two teams. They have both been playing exceedingly well. So we'll find out.
Now, I will say that if unKnights is on top of their game and they realize, which it seemed like they did during Cafe, that they need to stop Cantor, if they can pull that off here.
Well, stopping Cantor, knowing you need to stop Cantor and stopping Cantor.
They know they need to stop him, and will they be able to? That's going to be the deciding factor. However, from Sisu's side, with the whole team of unKnights being very even and basically equal, how do you determine who to go after? You have to go after the entire squad.
Right, but another thing to think about is that Cantor, while he is a really good player, and he's playing fantastically today, he's not the only amazing player on the Sisu lineup.
Agreed.
There has been some fantastic plays from Sisu throughout this entire match, as well as unKnights. As a whole, all 10 of these players have had a really great day today, I think. And if you're trying to hunt down a specific player on the Sisu lineup, when you're trying to shut down Cantor, then you are going to be distracted as to the other players on that particular lineup. And it will cause you almost certainly to get caught off guard in some situations.
Now we will have Cantor and Panari work their way top floor, where they did spot, I believe that was Voy earlier. Now he dropped into bar, but we still had Jock on the back stairs. They're still in that position. Jock is on the back here. He's actually here inside of that west entrance in the cubby, which he's hoping he doesn't get droned out. That's the reason for being tucked away inside of here. Now nade might come down from Panari.
Assuming they spot him out, I don't think they have as of this moment. You can see that hole opened up in the main lobby. That is by the defenders for the defenders, and basically, actually, it may have been by the Ash.
Oh, they've opened up the door right next to Jock, but he still is holding it steady.
I don't think the drone saw him as the drone came
didn't.
in.
No, the drone did not yet. So if Wilkie decides to go through the drone hole into bar, he's going to spot Void, but he won't spot Jock.
And he is spotting out Void, and Bonesy will shoot Void through the wall as the spot comes in. However, Jock is still left undetected with 3 people back exposed.
Here comes the what did he do? He missed the shot. He goes for one. He gets 2. He's going to turn around, go for the 3rd, but he doesn't get it yet because the fuse just keeps on running away. C4 comes out, but he gets injured. What a kill from Jock. He's got nerves of steel.
Wilkie will finish off Jock, however, and it brings it now into a 3 versus 3. 36 seconds left to go, and Sisu still have a good chance of bringing this back. They have opened up Snowmobile Garage. They are prepping to make a push in.
We are going to have Boonsy and Shate outside. Wilkie's still going to be topside, but Kaoxi hard on the drone hatch is going to be getting the shot on to Shate. And so now a 2-on-1 or 2-on-3 with just minute health. Without 3 bullets or 1 bullet will take out Boonsy, and Wilkie still trying to get that cluster charge kill. Won't do too much. Now some bullets are going to go flying. Looks like Kaoxi grabs 1. Can he grab the 3rd one? No. Hicks is going to be there to pick it on up, and unKnights wins round number 1 in such a fashion that I'm just very happy for them right now.
That was a very good play from Jock to bring the man count back into his team's favor. And then, more importantly, once the push actually came from Sisu straight into the site itself, there was not enough manpower. They did not have enough of the angles covered, and unKnights prevailed as in each and every one of those engagements. That was just well played to them.
I see your Cantor Raketti, and I raise you a Jock.
Yeah, I mean, you said that earlier. Wine Cellar now going to be defended by Sisu. They're going to be the same exact bomb site that unKnights decided to bring themselves to earlier. Now, this is really interesting. Both these teams preferring the basement as opposed to Trophy Room, which is the more typical first bomb site to be defended.
Now, being on downstairs in the basement, standard set of lineup here. I mean, you typically do bring the mirror almost every time, especially to look at the garage door, as well as sometimes you'll see it in the Wine Cellar closet where we see Cantor Raketti and Wilkie, sometimes on the larger wall facing the hallway of the big garage on the north side of the Wine Cellar. Either way, you typically see a mirror window there. We actually see it right there right now. Shot is placing it down.
Yep, and it doesn't look like they're going to double reinforce the closet wall, which means they might open it up, which means they might play a smoke in that closet, which means they are going to try and get aggressive control over the little hall next to the closet hole. However, I could be wrong. They could just late reinforce it. Either which way about it, both strategies are absolutely viable. It really depends on who it is you decide to put in that position, if they have a shotgun or not, and how confident you're feeling. Now, unKnights, with the 1-round lead, will be attacking onto this Snowmobile Garage. And it looks like they're going to go in for a Snowmobile bar take, which is the same thing that Sisu did last round.
Sisu, however, on their attack, looked to though push from the master bedroom first.
Yeah, they cleared out all the roamers first.
They did, and however, it doesn't look like there's any roamers for Sisu topside, so that means their drones are going to be fairly good. Cantor Raketti's going to be on top of the refrigerator looking out kitchen window. He won't spot anybody.
Yeah, they've already passed, unfortunately, Cantor Raketti. Spo is at the front door, and that's the person Cantor Raketti is likely looking for right now, but he is not going to find him. This collapse onto the roamers is not going to happen. Hicks is looking the wrong way right now.
They are both looking the wrong way. They're going to need to look on over. Looks like Wilkie gets spotted up by the drone. Cantor Raketti has the little pixel peek to take out Hicks. However, Wilkie will get the drop shot there into Spo, and that's going to be a 3-5 switcheroo. Now we have Sisu up in a 2-man advantage.
Sisu's got to be feeling good about this particular round going into the rest of it. I mean, obviously they're getting a little bit more loose with their plays, getting a little bit aggressive. They are actually going to consolidate back into the site. Meanwhile, unKnights, they don't have a whole lot of... Oh, wow, that is some really risky business there. Kaoxy's just barely not getting picked off by Shate. Unfortunate that Shate did not finish off that kill. There's still an opportunity for unKnights to bring this back as all of Sisu have defaulted back into the site. And there are 4 breachers on the attacking squad right now in that sledge, in that buck. They have a lot of opportunities here.
Now Shate is going to try and challenge the buck at the top of the stairs. C4 comes out. Shate is now looking for Kaoxi and grabs him down. Shate, however, will... No, Shate picked off Kaoxi, but Kaoxi did get the Wilkie kill. And we do have Void working his way down the stairs to pick off that Mira. A 2-on-3. What earlier looked like a 5-on-3 could go in the hands of unKnights if they work together and play their cards well.
Again, they still have those two fellows with the great potential to open up the floor. That's the Sledge and the Buck, which means that they are going to be able to open up everything they could possibly want before they actually go into a frontal assault. However, Boy will get taken out from Panari on that same angle that he opened himself, attempting to cook a grenade. Does end up getting him killed.
Now the last man alive is going to be Jock. He's going to take a couple bullets, goes for the shots on Cantor-Raketi, but it looks like the final headshot will be right back at him from the same angle he was fighting himself, and that is Sisu securing this round.
Well played to Sisu on that particular defense. Both these teams having great success on the defending of the basement. Goes to show that it makes a lot of sense why they would want to defend basements instead of trophy. However, now it's almost certain we will see unKnights bring us to that trophy room hold. Are you going to show us something different, unKnights? Kitchen trophy room. There it is. No surprises there, as it is typically the first preferred bomb site to be defended on this particular map. However, in this instance, I suppose both these teams just like the basement.
Yep.
Which is cool.
Attackers need to locate
It's
and
nifty.
defuse
It's
bomb.
different.
We do see Wilkie bringing out the fuse yet again.
There is also a mirror being brought into play, which is a little bit interesting on this particular bomb site. There is not a whole lot to be done with the mirror. You can put a double mirror, for example, on West Lobby, which might be exactly what they're about to do. Which will, yes, of course, give you a good amount of control over West Lobby. However, it also exposes even more than some... Okay, think about exposing the back of B bomb site, whomever is playing it, is that it's already so incredibly exposed. As you can see here, unKnights here, they are investing very heavily in the top floor. A lot of reinforcements, even a mirror window, likely some castles as well. Looks like they're going to try and hold Kitchen Trophy from above.
They know that Wilk is going to play the fuse. They know that the push from Sisu is going to be up top. And guess what? They're setting up for it just like they had set up for the mining and train room bomb site on the first overtime
the
round.
shot from Buncy onto Hicks in the kitchen. What a wonderful one tap to start things off here for Sisu. That's the smoke gone. If nothing else, you want the smoke dead. The smoke is probably the most useful in the late game of the defending operators. And maybe Echo is a little bit more, but he doesn't see nearly as much play as he can be directly countered. You know, his drone could be shot. Also can gas canisters, but you have 3. So now, Sisu, looking to clear out the roamers as per usual on Chalet. That's what they do. That's how they handle this situation. They clear out the roamers one step at a time. And they've already begun the round with 1 anchor, so a lot of the pressure is off of them right now. They can take as much time as they really please on this push.
Oh, Spo getting tagged down. That L85 has very little recoil. It's easy to control, and Panari makes it look so much easier. So Spo will fall. That's 2 members down here for unKnights.
Yeah, unfortunately, this upstairs hold strategy clearly coming through is not working for unKnights to start things off here. However, they could bring it back, and Boy starts the killing with Cantor-Raketi, but Wilkie with a trade back onto Kaoxys.
Now the C4 kill comes on out. Panari will fall. We're going to have Void try to push on back out here. Shotzi is going to be at the top of the fireplace stairs. It's a 3-on-2, and Void tries to go aggressively for a 3rd time, and Shate is ready for it. Void will fall. Last man alive is Jock. Now he's going to be inside of that dining room hallway. He's got an entry point into the kitchen should he need to. He's got cover from the castle barricade. This still could be his. They have control. Wilkie will spot him out, though.
He's about to get traded. Even if he gets 1 kill, he's almost certain to get traded back in this situation. Sisu is very good with their teamwork and coordination. It's unlikely they're going to peek him 1 by 1. And Shate is going to finish it off just like that. Jack going down for the count. Not even going to be able to get traded back, unfortunately.
No, that was Hibana pushing on in from the double doorways of fireplace to finish him off. Wonderful job there. Round number 3 goes in the hands of Sisu. We now are going to see this go up 2-1 in their favor.
The very first lead of the map, unless you count the first round. Now Kitchen Trophy going to be defended by Sisu. unKnights on attack, meanwhile, are going to be bringing a Blackbeard on IQ, a Buck up on it, and a Sledge. I like that they're bringing this IQ here to try and counteract the Valkyrie cameras that more often than not find themselves outside on Chalet. You can get a lot of information from outside cameras on this particular map, and that is a fantastic way to counter that.
I'd say it's probably the best way.
Quite literally the best way to counter that. Yeah.
We typically see we typically see Valkyries toss out 2 Valkyrie cameras, one in possibly a more obvious spot than the other 2 leave that one hidden.
I mean, yeah. I've actually seen. I mean, well, yeah, I've seen 3 Valkyrie cameras actually. No, I'm just messing. Yeah, no, there is obviously a good balance to find for your team, what they need in terms of Valkyrie cameras. Sometimes you need to have a teammate who has to hold a particular angle, and in order to hold that angle, they need a Valkyrie camera in a specific spot to give them the edge. Sometimes you need a teammate who's going to peek out aggressively on a specific spot, and they need, well, yeah, a Valkyrie camera outside to allow them to even see the enemies as they approach the building. It all depends on the situation and how you communicate with your team based upon what they need. Now, unKnights going to be starting things off here with a north take, trying to clear out those roamers. Kentucky is roaming deep in that library, and Voy is just waiting for the opportunity to kill him.
He says, "I see the hole, and I'm waiting.
It's gonna happen.
I'm waiting."
It's probably gonna happen. If one of the unKnights players gets on that ladder, Kentucky would be hard peeking it right now. If only they would bait it out.
So with that, Kentucky's going to stay inside of the library, trying to pop a couple shots onto the balcony where we saw the Kaoxi earlier. That was going to be, oh, the C4 from underneath. Jock just narrowly escapes it. He heard the toss and he heard the rip, and now he goes for the shots against Wilkie.
Neither player will hit their mark, and because of that, both walk away unscathed. I believe Pulse has used his C4 already, but he is looking to get the shot down onto the Sledge. None of these shots are registering for either. Sledge needs to stay alive and open up the floor as much as he possibly can before he dies. Voy is going to pick off Kentucky. That patience definitely working out for him. Actually, no, turns out he just pushed into gaming room and won the fight 1v1.
Now Panari will take out Spo as he gets traded off by Hicks. A 4-on-3. Kaoxi still here on the balcony of that office. He's going to pick up that diffuser as Jock is still working his way, opening up more of the floor. Actually, because he might have hopped on over the balcony without picking up the diffuser, but nonetheless, that is where diffuser will be. Wilkie coming up from the back library stairs. Voy now looking like he might try to navigate over to Trophy or underneath, but Hicks, Wilkie saw him, but he double-guessed himself, and he said, oh, man, I'm going to have to go back. Now he gets back on camera instead of thinking that he's going to re-peek. Wilkie will have to go back and double-think that next time.
Yeah, unfortunately, Wilkie does not have outline, so he probably, if he saw anything, was very little.
Looks like Voy had a couple shots pop towards his back, didn't tag him yet. But now 35 seconds left to go. Man count in favor here of unKnights, but they've got 3 members of the defending squad to deal with. Kaoxi's out here by the backyard, out by the trophy windows. Boonchi's in a very peculiar spot, and it looks like Kaoxi doesn't see him. And that's going to force Boonchi to tuck himself into the corner. Flashbang's going to go in, gas grenade's going to counter, and Shotay comes out large with a double kill onto Hicks and Jock. You've got Voy who will fall. Shotay with a triple kill. Last man alive was just called outside of the piano or off of the trophy window. 7 seconds left to go. Kaoxi is now underneath. He's going to try to pick up this diffuser. Deagle in hand. He's got 3 members to kill, and unfortunately, it will not work. Kaoxi. And we will have the round go directly into Sisu's hands. Amazing job there by Shotay with a 3K.
Yeah, it was going in the favor of unKnights, ladies and gentlemen, but Shotay was like, no, sir. And he managed to bring it back. And Sisu now stretch their lead, 3-1. Well, now they're going to be going on to an attack onto what I must assume is going to be Bar Gate. But, okay, yeah, no, totally was not going to assume that, actually, unKnights. Sorry, I was not going to assume that. You got to mix that up. You got to go to a different bomb site. I'm just messing. They are going to be going to the Bar Gaming Room, which is a very interesting site to be defended. We'll see if that's the mix-up that unKnights needs to bring themselves back into this map and keep themselves away from match point.
So it does seem like it is a theme. Every single division that we've seen has had at least one team try to take on a new bomb site. We saw it on Monday with some more Cholet. We saw it on Saturday. We saw it on Tuesday. Each and every region seems to be attempting some new bomb sites, and something I like seeing. Now, we haven't seen a successful bar and gaming room hold yet this season.
Yeah, we have.
This season we have?
Yeah,
oh, we had. That was the double one, yes. You're right.
It was, they won it twice.
You're right. I was thinking back to the...
they were really good at it, too.
You're right. I'm thinking back to one of the other bomb sites. On another map.
Okay. Well, Bar Gaming Room is the bomb site that is going to be defended right this second, and they are going to have to contest with a Blackbeard among other things. Blackbeard's going to be super useful on this particular attack. Fuse is coming forth here, and I think the Fuse was basically them not expecting. Oh, I like what Voy's doing there. As you can see, Voy is opening up that entire drop down with his Deagle, which means they will have a line of sight through the drop down, but they can also walk over it to use it for rotation, which means they don't have to rock around the shelves. Meanwhile, Cantor and Ketty, as I'm explaining that, will pick off Jock. That's a huge player for unKnights gone to start things off here. Jock has been doing some great things for his team so far. Cantor and Ketty equally so. That's the Castle gone. I think Castle was probably trying to reinforce that window as he died. A little bit late there on your duties, and you will be picked off, says Drill Sergeant Kanto.
See, another thing about also shooting that drop hatch open, yes, it gives you the line of sight, you can still walk over it. Because the wood itself is destroyed, I don't think you can get a breaching charge down on it, or at least if all of it were to be successfully destroyed. Boonty, however, does come out heavy with a headshot there into Hicks. That's dropping off the Bandit on that top floor hold.
So already an extremely good start for, oh boy, Boonsi almost picked off Voy, did light him up very much so. But yeah, so a very good start here for, as so was Wilkie is going to be taken out.
Now that's going to be the Sniper 90 coming out here from Wilkie all the way on top of the cell tower. Spo will trade one back onto Panari, but underneath is going to be Spo looking for that shot onto Cantor Aketi.
unKnights needs to get quite a lot more kills between KXC and Spo to bring this back.
Now KXC needs to play it safe, play it quiet, play it still, and it looks as though he might be hearing the ladder hold. He does get droned out, tries to come on down over the balcony. Top is going to be Blackbeard. That'll take him down. Boonsi here strong with the kill. Now Boonsi sees the last one alive. It's going to be Spo, and he will also go down. Boonsi with a 3K this round to take the round in the hands of Sisu.
Now a 4-on-1. That is match point, ladies and gentlemen, going on to Chalet. Clearly, Sisu is the better, or is the more versed team on this particular map.
Now, what were some of the struggles with unKnights hold on there that we saw previously, but we didn't see previously?
Well, they had a couple players get picked off early. Like, for example, Jock, he got picked off. I think he was reinforcing a big castle barricade onto the connector window. That should have been done way, way earlier. Because of that, he died for free, in essence. Either that or he was trying to go for a spawn peek, in which case, I mean, he died the way he was trying to die. And then apart from that, there was a lot of pressure being exerted from Sisu from the radio tower as well as the east balcony. And that sets up a bit of a crossfire that I don't think we were seeing previously. That crossfire, you kind of underestimate it, but it establishes line of sight all the way between, like all the way into the library. And you have to control the library in order to control the Bar Gaming Room as a whole. Now, you could really easily blame that, to be honest, on the fact that the defensive team unKnights, they did not reinforce all of the walls of library to give them, you know, places to actually hide. And because of that, they had to keep maneuvering. They were getting shot through walls. You know, if it came down to it, there could have been ash charges opening up those walls. There weren't, because the round was basically over before it became relevant. But you know, there was just not enough preparation seemingly going into that particular defense. There also, I feel like the mirror windows, either there weren't mirror windows or they weren't in the right places, because they there should be a mirror window in the box of library that allows for a lot of control towards the east, even onto the east balcony. You can challenge that directly. And in that instance, they weren't challenging the east balcony at all, nor were they challenging the radio tower, unKnights that is, on defense. They were just kind of letting the kills come towards them.
Oh, and Cantor Aketi saw the head of Spo, but did not manage to get the bullet down. Now it looks as though Cantor Aketi's feet might be seen here. Spo's going to... No, Spo's side of his ACOG is actually covering where Cantor Aketi was looking, and vice versa. So this is just going to be a little stalemate. However, Spo does change his line of sight, sees the Jaeger on the stairs, and tries to remove himself, but no, it's Cantor Aketi will take him down.
Nice shot from Cantor Aketi. I have to imagine that must have been quite a snap. Voy, meanwhile, will grenade off Wilkie as he managed to... Oh, two players managed to get their way up onto the library balcony. Whoever was roaming in library was to blame for that for sure. unKnights have established control over library and gaming room, now are progressing their way into the bar. Cantor Aketi's going to fall back into the site, not going to try and risk it anymore. He did his job. He picked off the IQ. unKnights just kind of looking for the roamers, looking for the opportunities to get the kills before they... Oh, actually, wow, Kanto is so aggressive on his roam game. He is playing in the trophy room instead of defaulting back to the site. That is extremely risky. If his teammates get picked off in too quick succession, then he will not be able to clutch out the round. Meanwhile, if he goes to, like, if he tries to push too aggressively, then he's just going to die and be worthless. So instead, he's opting to establish a middle ground, try to take control over the kitchen and maintain it, so that he can deny at least one drop down for his team, as well as bait some of the enemy into him.
Now, that is one heck of an angle Kentoriketti's gotten. He's actually picked off Hick previously.
From that angle.
From this exact same angle when he and Wilkie were in together. Now, hopefully, Hicks and Jock are both not going to go for it. Kentoriketti will go for the shot. A trade happens, and however, Hibana will get picked back up 50 seconds to go.
A little too wary there of the peek out. Voy has it covered, though. 4 on 3 now, but the time, like you said, is dwindling down for unKnights. They don't have a whole lot of options here. They need to make this push happen. You can see...
These drop patches need to get opened up now, and it looks like they may have. There they are. They're opened up. You're going to need to get that buck and sledge, the Jock and Voy, to open up more of the floor, toss those nades down as Kaoxi tries to put a lot of pressure there on Shate on the garages. Now, right there, Shate's tucked around with Panari. There's going to be one shot. Blackbeard misses. Kaoxi going to have to get a little bit more shots down onto Shate if he wants to get the win, and there it is. After the shield gets destroyed, he taps the head of Shate and goes down. There's still one more, though. With Panari can play his cards right, he can come down and get the win. But no, Voy is there to take it out. One man left alive, 5 seconds to go. Bootsy, he's going to be tucked around in the back of the wine cellar, and Voy comes around with a shot, gets him on down. It's now 4-2 still. unKnights is going to be struggling, but they have to get the next 2 rounds to take it to overtime.
It's such a desperate situation for unKnights. I mean, despite the fact that they just won that round, very well played to them, by the way. Good clear on the roamers, and then as soon as they had the roamers cleared, they started to situate themselves on top of the site, opening up those lines, just opening up those holes, trying to establish dominance, and they did manage to get it by picking off Kentoriketti. Just because Kentoriketti was unable to trade himself back, it was a very, very much a man advantage in favor of unKnights, and moving into the push, it was pretty much cut and dry. Now, despite that, though, going into this next round, unKnights on defense of the basement, they are going to be in a very difficult position here. I mean, it's match point. Lots of pressure on your shoulders here. This is the final map of the best-of-3 series. You've won one, they've won one. They've both been close, and now this is all that matters. This is all that counts. It's all decided here. So when you're in match point situation, you are going to get a little bit demoralized. So unKnights got to step it up here, to bring their aim game and do their best to bring it back.
Now we will have unKnights playing what looks like a 3-2 split to start off the round. You're going to have Voy and Jock upstairs, along with Spoo, I believe, who was in the bar, unless he was rotating back downstairs.
So both of these teams, the way they've been handling their attacks on this particular bomb site is pushing in through the gaming room, library, and straight on into bar. Now, as you can see here, unKnights are reading into this, and they are heavily invested as of this current moment into library. Library gives you control over both bar and gaming room. So this player, Voy, will have to be taken care of before Sisu can make the push happen into the site itself.
Now Wilkie is going to go back upstairs onto that cell tower, try to go for the shots there, onto Voy, who's trying to throw at C4 to prevent Panari.
You can see that Wilkie's gotten himself onto the radio tower as he knows that there is a roamer playing in that library. He's going to look for those lines of sight and try to open up the library for his team. The library players actually rotated back down into bar, surprisingly. Panari's been downed. Didn't quite see what happened there, but it doesn't look like the defenders are conscious of this.
It's not necessarily the best place to place a C4. Defender comes rushing out, all 3 are dead.
I think the live person might make it out, but yeah, no, the down guy would definitely be dead. The pulse has been picked off. That was in offices. Looks like he was trying to peek onto the east balcony. Was unsuccessful in that fight, and that's kind of gonna happen. I mean, if you're challenging, I believe that's Boonsy playing on the east balcony. Can't quite tell from this angle. But if you're challenging a Blackbeard, that is definitely not going to go your way unless you get the very first shot off.
Now Kentoriketti's just going to finish clearing out the library as he makes his way inside. Looks on through the drop hatch into bar, won't spot anybody. Everyone from the defending squad of unKnights have retreated back onto site. Chaoxy, Spo, Voy, and Hicks. I'm sorry, as I say that, Voy is still on the main floor. Hicks is on these back stairs by Kitchen, waiting for the first sign of Cantor Arcady or anyone from Sisu working their way towards the stairs. Cantor Arcady very cautious, someone who might be in jungle. Hicks is going to be here, but no, just Cantor Arcady gets cold feet at the last second. Taking a look over here at, yes, Chaoxy. Chaoxy was just on the fireplace stairs. I think, no, I'm sorry, he was underneath in the garbage cans. Cluster charges are going to go out, and unfortunately, I think all of them got stuck inside of the ceiling, so that won't be too detrimental there for unKnights. Shot's going to rush on in, but it looks like Chaoxy gets the upper hand. That's also Diffuser dropped 15 seconds ago. Gas Grenade's going to push to stop the push from the back. Boonsy zooming on forward from Garage. He's got to go in with a deagle. Flashbang's going to fly out. Boonsy goes for the kill, but the Gas Grenade will actually injure it, it looks like, and that's Hicks grabbing a double kill as Wilkie takes on Chaoxy in a 2-on-2. 3 seconds left to go. Wilkie needs to stay alive, and he doesn't, and it looks like Chaoxy comes out on top along with Hicks, and unKnights will take round number 7, 4-3 now, after what was previously a 4-1.
Bringing it one round closer to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. unKnights does not want to give up just yet. They do want to bring the Titan, that is Sisu, down to their knees. And they are putting up quite an effort in doing just that. 4-3, like you said, and just wow, to be honest, about this match. I don't think anyone could have predicted that unKnights was going to be putting up. I mean, I had high hopes for unKnights going into this match. I had heard some fantastic things about them, but I still thought Sisu was going to be having such a leg up that it was going to be probably 2-0 for Sisu. But no, sir. No, sir. unKnights is a force to be reckoned with, and that has been determined today. I mean, this is similar to what we were seeing with Excellence versus CTM. Remember that match? Everyone was like, oh, CTM, CTM. Going into that, and then Excellence got the 2-0. That's what I'm seeing here from these two teams, is both very excellent, one underestimated, one known very well as being a skilled team, and they both perform admirably. Regardless of who wins this match, it was fantastic. Now, moving on to the Kitchen defense. Sisu is going to be holding against an attack from unKnights. They are going to be bringing a Blackbeard and an IQ. That's kind of particular that they bring the IQ again. That's going to be to counteract those likely east outside Valkyrie cameras, if we see any of them. They are very deadly to a team. If you allow a Valkyrie camera to remain intact outside, it more often than not will be to the downfall of your team overall.
Spo's going to be clearing out office as the rest of his team is working around. Looks like east side is where Spo is, and Chaoxy looking in through the window. He's going to spot the head there and just barely miss it. Tosses in some flashbangs.
There isn't a whole lot of presence on the site right now coming out from Sisu. They have a very heavy roam game in those two players playing in Library. Only 3 on the site, which means if unKnights decided to just force out the site right this very second, push into B, maybe push into A, whatever the case be, they would be given a lot of, it would be afforded a lot of opportunities there with Panari and Cantor Arcady on the 2 fragging 3 speeds over in the Library right now. Chaoxys is going to open up this window, get the camera, and then likely try to hold those 2 players down. Cantor Arcady playing, I think, all the way deep in Library, going to probably progress his way over to Chimney, or just peek wide. If Cantor Arcady peeks wide here, gets picked off, then it's going to be very bad for Sisu.
Now it looks as though Panari and Cantor Arcady, yes, like you said, Cantor Arcady's inside of the Library. He's got Panari, though, with him. And Chaoxy's going to think better of it and decide to rotate on over. And it looks as though an unfortunate disconnect from Jock.
That is not the round you want to be disconnecting, friendo. That is unfortunate to say the least. Now a 4-on-5. Sisu have the initial, or sorry, yeah, Sisu have the initial leg up here. It's going to be an extra struggle for unKnights to bring things back here, but if anyone can do it, they can.
Now it looks as though Chaoxy has been injured. We're going to get him picked back up as Voy's going to hold onto the window. Spo, no, looks like Voy's going to have to go across the window as Spoy is just going to continually engage outside. Looks like enemies will be detected outside. I would want to say Spo has been injured. No, he's not. He's been drastically hurt. And then he gets the C4 in his face from Wilkie. 3-on-5. Cantor Arcady is down to just the last sliver of health after that engagement.
Sisu is looking to lock things out here. They are not taking a single risk. They are playing extremely careful, and it's working for them right now with only 36 seconds left to go. Bouncy's going to get picked off, though. from inside. Hicks has made his way into the building.
He's going to grab
also
a
getting
double
shot
kill
take.
there. That's Hicks dragging it down. He's also got the diffuser trying to plant it. Wilkie coming in from behind, going in through kitchen. You also have Blackbeard now who's inside. That's going to be Kaoxi with half his health left to go. Looks like Panari's going to be on the right-hand side of the lobby. Now, fortunately, he does make his way in. He's going to grab the double kill. There's only one man left alive. It's going to be Voy. He's going to drop and get killed off as well. This is going to be Sisu winning this series if they can get the diffuser destroyed, which they have plenty of time to do so. And Panari, you've got Cantor-Raketi and Wilkie, the last three alive on Sisu to clutch it for their team and win this 5-3. They take the series in a 2-1 fashion.
What a retake from Sisu, and what an attempt at a clutch from unKnights also. That was a done round as soon as it became a 3 versus 5, and then all of a sudden, Hicks is inside B, ladies and gentlemen. He is killing people in B. What happened? Where did he come from? I'm guessing it was West Lobby. We talked about it earlier. There was such a heavy roaming presence coming out from Sisu that it's likely West Lobby was left unguarded, and he probably just kind of waltzed on in.
It's magic. Just magic.
Poof, I'm going to go into trophy.
Just magic.
Open it for my team.
But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Sisu are the victors. They get to claim themselves the victors of this series 2-1 after the final map of Chalet. Now, we do have some highlights for you guys of the map. We'll have to take a look at those momentarily. Thinking of what we just saw there, I think that was a statement series for unKnights.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yes, they did lose. And we've said this a couple times, but I want to stress this one just a ton. unKnights is crazy. That was a fantastic match played, and if they were playing against someone that maybe wasn't Sisu, they probably would have had a better go of it, probably would have been a lot more dominant of a
This
match.
is amazing here. Jock heard people rotate back and forth all around him, dodged every single drone that went his way, picked off 2 kills, and unfortunately, he just couldn't get the third one. But Kaoxi dragging that kill there onto Hibana. I mean, this is the play that we love seeing. Back and forth, back and forth. We're starting to see a lot of these trades happen. A lot of these kill cams, a lot of these highlights are not one-sided. They're not one team over the other, one player over the other.
Well, no, sir. I mean, we got brought to almost the 11th round. Not quite. It was. We could have almost, but unfortunately, we did not get that overtime coming from unKnights. They tried very hard to make it happen, and I appreciate the effort. And I really do look forward to seeing unKnights progressing into this Pro League. But again, Sisu, just that team that overall, they've got so much experience, and they are ready to lock things down and move their way into the next final. I mean, I think it's safe to say we're probably going to see Sisu at the next finals.
It's very likely.
It's pretty likely. I mean, so they're looking to start their season off pretty well right now in the initial group stage, and they've done just that.
So, guys, we are going to take a look at our brackets for Group B, as that is what's just played out today. Now, the Group B, we started off with gBots and Millenium. We saw Millenium win over 2-0. And right there we have it. So started off actually on match number 2 for the evening, which was Millenium and gBots. Millenium came out 2-0, forcing gBots into the losers match. Millenium taking that first seed spot into the winners match. Coming up with Sisu and unKnights, the match that just unfolded into the second 3-map series of the Pro League series. Sisu coming out on top there.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about it, and we just saw it. Everybody saw it. It was one heck of a game, to say the least. I really do appreciate the effort. Both those teams put forth their best foot and gave us a great show.
Definitely. And moving on to Group A, again, we want to give you a recap of what happened last week so you can know what to look forward to next week. Group A had a little bit of a similar outcome. We started off with Penta, and Penta won 2-1 over Supremacy.
Oh, yeah, equally so. Supremacy going up against Penta, they played admirably as well. I mean, again, it's the case of, like, maybe if they weren't playing against Penta, maybe if they weren't playing against Sisu, but they were. That's the case as it be. However, again, great thing about it is those two teams, both unKnights and Supremacy, have a chance in the losers bracket. And as you can see here, you see Team Vitality down there in the losers bracket with Supremacy as they lost 0-2 to Playing Ducks. And the two winners from Group A were Penta Sports and Playing Ducks, progressing their way into the winners bracket, going to be looking to secure that tighter seed in the group playoffs.
Yep, and so that is going to be it for Group A and Group B so far in the European Pro League. However, next week We start off again on Monday night with some North American Pro League. Again, the Brazilian, the Latin American Pro League is not Saturday. Its normal scheduled time is going to be Tuesday evenings. But before that, Monday evening starting at 2 a.m. Central European Time or 8 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. Eastern Time. That's when the North American Pro League Playday number 3 is going to be. Tuesday is an 11 p.m. Central European Time or 5 p.m. Eastern Time for the Latin American Pro League Playday number 3. Again, if you're here just for the European Pro League, come back next Thursday at 7 p.m. Central European Time or 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, my name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum. This is Kickstar. We want to wish you a fabulous night, and we'll be back Monday evening for some more fabulous North American Pro League. Have a wonderful night, everyone.